to the 2024 annual meeting of the Baltimore-Washington chapter of the Health Physics Society. Most of you know me. I'm John Walsh. I'm the current president for a couple more weeks anyhow. So thanks. Well, this is the beginning of our chapter business meeting. So we had hoped at this point to conduct a special election, and we do have, I think, a quorum of memberships, but we don't have any or all the candidates who we hope to have at this point. So I think we'll probably be doing the special election via an electronic ballot. I think the bylaws ordinarily would call for the ballot to be established 40 days prior to the annual meeting and the ballot to be conducted. So we'll do a special election afterwards on that. I don't know what else there is to say about that in particular. The vacancies are we elect a president-elect every year. Andy Scott will be finishing his term as treasurer, and Brian Livingston is finishing his term as membership director. So those are the three open elected officerships for the chapter. And we believe we have some strong candidates, and so they test your emails on that, I guess. It's been a pretty good year for the chapter, I would have to say. This is our third in-person meeting for the 23-24 year. We had a meeting in December in Columbia, Maryland, one in February in Arlington, and our annual meeting. I think, I'll note that there's a solid core of people who will pretty much turn up anytime, anywhere. And although we're not at the 40-person in-person meetings that we were prior to the pandemic, I think, having a couple events a year with attendance in the low 20s is very reasonable. And from discussing this with, folks from national, I think we're actually doing fairly well as far as any local chapter is. So my vision, and I hope that I share with our President-elect Mike Noska, is just to stay the course. I think we've identified what what our new normal looks like, and I think it can be sustained and hopefully grown. I'm just going to check attendees. We're just going to proceed into reports, and unless I guess the one thing was I see that Andy is online. Andy, can you send us a message online if you wanted to try to summarize any of the treasurer stuff, or if you would just like me to do it? Yeah, let me see. Yeah, Andy, hold tight. I think Mike can, we can probably get your voice projected and everything. So
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Pardon me? Yes?
Can you hear me yet?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna try and share my screen and see if you can see our
Oh, no, no, no.
slide.
Hold the phone, Andy.
Okay.
Yeah, or actually, if you're logged in, or as long as you're, no, you don't want to share your screen. You're gonna let Andy share his screen, and then it's like if we can get the audio coming off of here, then
Can you see that?
click it. Yep.
Andy, say something.
Hey, I'm here. I'm still here. If it's in the too hard to do box, I can just hand it off to Jonathan.
Oh, my head's gonna explode. I was holding a whole stack of paper, and I don't know what I did with it.
Somebody's mic is hot.
I put one together. Andy, you can go ahead.
Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So for everybody's information, I'm Andy Scott. I'm the current treasurer. This is the status of our accounts currently. You can see that the BWCHPS total at the moment is about $50,500. We also hold some money for the three middle states. It's a little bit of a misnomer. There are actually 4 states in that compact. But we're holding their money because they don't have an account. So that, and then you can see the total account there. I think for the year, I didn't roll the numbers up, but I think for the year we're down about $4,000. And that's amounts to some losses that we absorbed to hold our in-person meetings to get that program going again. And we did that somewhat deliberately just to get those in-face meetings moving forward again, and getting us back on track there. As you can see, we can sustain that for a little while. And budgetarily though, we're fine. If we spend $5,000 a year or so, we're going to be able to maintain that fairly well. With regard to income, we make a little bit of income. We try to break even on these meetings. I think we had enough last minute tickets that we'll probably break even almost. I think we paid for some travel, and that'll amount to maybe up to $1,000. But that just gives you an rough idea about where we stand financially. Are there any questions? Okay, well, hearing none, I'm going to sign off. Well, I'll still be online, but so if anybody has any questions, let me know. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think so. I was just getting the, all right. Any microphones going to do the hybrid meeting here? All right. Great. Okay, we cut power to that. I think the next report will be from Brian Livingston, our membership director.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Brian Livingston. I've been the membership director for 2 years, and I'm ending my term right about now or next month. Next slide, please. So if you look at our membership from the first year I was membership director versus the second year, it looks impressive, but I tell you that I really didn't do much. Okay. Our members are all managed by MemberPress, and essentially how it works is this system. We changed all the members over to it in 2020 or 2020. Yeah. Before I was the membership director, and people who are registered in members as members in that system are anybody who has paid membership dues during that time. So basically the last 4 years. This year, all I did was send out some emails, and we had, as you can see, a pretty jarring difference in the number of people who paid, more people who paid into the system who had not paid previously. So that's where our 59 people come from. So there's other people who had paid previously who are expired. So it's not that we actually gained 59 members. However, it's saying that with this system and the way we're doing things, we are having a lot of engagement with a lot of people, many of whom do not live in the DC or Baltimore area. And then affiliates, emeritus, I have a hard time saying that word, emeritus and students, not a lot of big changes there. Next slide, please. So all I really did, and I know we're looking for a membership director right now, we might have one, is basically monitor this, answer emails for anybody who reaches out to HBS and has, they forward us anybody who says that they're interested in our local chapter, and I email that person, give them a nice greeting and direct them to the right place. I do that. I've probably done that with 15 or 20 people this year, I would guess, and just in the past year. Sending out mass emails to anybody who's overdue for payments, sending them information on how to do that. And assisting our affiliates director on contacting them to receive payments from them as well. And that's all I do. And most of the work is online. The first year that I was the membership director, we had a lot of online meetings, which were great because, like I said, very wide engagement with that, a lot more attendance because it's a lot easier to attend something in the comfort of your own home. And then we were able to do a lot more in-person meetings this year than last year, and that was great too. I think we need to try to continue with a combination of both so that we can kind of serve the population here who are able to come to these meetings, and then also have that wider reach that has gotten us a lot more membership. So I guess I am done as a membership director as of next month, but I'm happy to hang around and give assistance to whoever wants to take my job. That's all I have. Thanks for being here this morning. And are there any questions for me? Yes, sir. All electronic, sir. Email. Yep. I think the system is called MailChimp, and we use MemberPress registers our meetings, and those two systems interact and send out the emails to anybody who hasn't paid. Well, that was easy. Thanks for letting me talk to you this morning. Good day.
Yeah. Thank you, Brian, for your diligence. Does everyone hear me okay if both microphones are down on the podium like this? This is all right? No one can hear. Everyone can hear. I think the next report will be from Kathy McClellan, our chapter secretary. And yes, thank you, Brian, for your diligence.
Morning, I'm Kathy McClellan, current secretary. I drove down from Bethesda this morning. But I drove down from Gettysburg last night. So, so it was an interesting drive in the rain, coming down 270. So, just to let you know, we keep minutes on every meeting that we have. And if they aren't filed, they will be filed on the website. By the end of the year. I do have copies of everything in my mailbox that I've worked with. So far this year, we've, as John said, we've had 2 in-person meetings before this, and this will be a 3rd one. And we've had 7 so far executive committee meetings, and everybody is welcome to attend online the executive committee meetings. That's how we hold them. So if you want to find out what's going on with the chapter and how you can get involved further. It's an hour, the 3rd Tuesday of the month from 7 to 8. And again, it's online through Zoom. And that's about all I have. Are there any questions? Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. I think the other executive committee member, Dr. Cari Boras is our affiliates director, but we'll have a moment for the affiliates after lunch. So, that's sort of an item unto itself. So I just wanted to acknowledge her. But I think those are the reports for the business meeting. Thank you, Cari. No, I think that we've been able to breeze through much of the chapter's business. I think as far as work done by appointed officers, the way the chapter works is that the president-elect per the bylaws is the chair of the program committee. And I think for many years, that just means whoever is president-elect does the program on a solo basis. And something that we've really tried hard to do late last year and this spring is to set up a functioning program committee where we have some senior members who have the connections, who have the experience, who can suggest interesting speakers, and it's a good opportunity for younger folks involved in the chapter to participate and provide some of the energy for actually, coordinating those meetings and the technical program. And it's just a wonderful way to interact. So we have a functioning program committee, and that's just made it so much easier to try to look at what we're doing. And I think, with the leadership of Mike Noska, the technical program for today, which I'm very much looking forward to, came together really. It took some effort, but it came together rather quickly, and I'm looking forward to our technical program. I really don't think that there's any other items of business, so I think at this point we're going to adjourn the business meeting. We can take a couple minutes for a break, get some more breakfast, and then we'll make sure that we'll start right on time at 10:30 with David Allard's much anticipated presentation on radium. I don't know if you all can see the artifacts that we have here on this table, but it's going to be exciting. So thank you, and we will reconvene at 10:30.
All right, we're going to get started with the technical program. Everybody can take their seats. And I'd like to welcome you all back for our technical program. And
This is the online mic.
right, I realize. Yeah. Okay.
Just a second. You gotta see a light on. Okay. That's 1, 2, 3. All right.
All right, here we go. All right, try again. We have a lot of technology going on here and many technologically challenged people. So anyway, again, welcome back to the technical program of our annual meeting. And as John said, I think we put together a great program and looking forward to everybody's talk. So to kick us off, we have Dave Allard from the state of Pennsylvania. And you have full biographies in the agenda, but just briefly, Dave is recently retired as the director of the Bureau of Radiation Protection in the state, where he had responsibilities for everything to do with radiation and nuclear safety. But Dave is still very active in our professional societies, and we're looking forward to his talk today on radium, which he has tremendous experience with. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Dave.
Thanks, Mike.
And I have to give you this.
Yeah, I guess to the online microphone here. Thanks so much, Mike. I really appreciate the invite. And I project pretty well. I'm just going to put the, everybody hear me okay? Good. Okay, good. So thanks for the invite. You folks, great chapter. I've actually been a member. I've been to a few meetings in the past, but I've been sort of in the background as a member for many years. This is a presentation I put together several years ago, and I'll show you. So just some disclaimers, any opinions, any vendors, that sort of thing. You know, I'm not promoting anybody in any organizations. This is my current background. I'm currently vice chair of the 3 Mile Island Unit 2 Community Advisory Panel. I'm actually doing a CEL, a little plug, shameless plug, the Health Physics Society meeting in Florida. I'm going to do a continuing ed lecture on 3 Mile Island. I've been in the field for over 46 years. Still, as Mike said, still active. I still do some pro bono work for the health physics program up at Bloomsburg, external advisor for their bachelor's health physics program, Rad Science. And I do some work for the IEA and other organizations. In fact, you got these slides. If anybody wants these slide decks, just PDF them. You guys can drop this out to whoever's interested. My first cut on this presentation was a few years ago. I was invited to do the Parker lecture, middle of the pandemic. They didn't fly me to Washington State, but I did it remotely. It's out there. The links here. Herb Parker, as many folks know, was a founding member of the Health Physics Society, founding member of the profession of health physics, and the first person, one of the first individuals to be called health physicist. I also want to dedicate this Dick Toohey, good friend and colleague we just lost last year. Dick, wonderful guy. He was the treasurer of the Health Physics Society ahead of me. Really fun, and his lovely wife, Bev, really sad. Way too short of life with Dick. God bless you, Dick. Also want to do a shout out to my program, to my former colleagues up in Pennsylvania. Had a wonderful group. Was with the Commonwealth for almost 24 years. As Mike said, we had it all, did it all. And I learned so much from all these folks over those years, and really blessed to sort of be the guy steering the ship for almost 24 years. And as last March I did this for American Chemical Society chapter meeting in March. March was Women's History Month. My sister's a historian, and if I could go back in time, I worked in the Rachel Carson State Office building for almost 24 years. Amazing lady. Everybody knows the story of DDT. But if I could go back in time, I'd love to go back and talk to Rachel Carson and Madame Curie. So, little overview. Everybody got their seatbelts, buckle up, because we've got a lot of slides here, but I think you'll enjoy this. There's a little history of the radium, the discovery by the Curies, a little review of the regulatory structure. We have a lot of regulators here, government cleanup standards, the history of radium production. You can't throw a rock in Pennsylvania, literally, and not hit a radium atom. Seriously, I've got a few here next to me. Ed Tupin, thank you for the Geiger counter. Halfway down here last night, I realized I forgot my Geiger counter. Ed brought in his little Geiger counter. Then I want to talk about the arc of this talk is the use of radium in medicine and industry through the years. Of course, as we all know, the radium dial painters, this tragic story there, and how the use of radium and radioactivity has evolved over time. And I posed this question, radium, miracle, or menace. And I've got a lot of menace in some of these slides you'll see, but I'll tell you where I land on this, and hopefully have some time for questions. So we all know the history of X-rays, radioactivity. Crookes developed a vacuum tube, looking at cathode rays. He didn't know what they were. Rankin discovers X-rays, try to repeat some experiments by Leonard, looking at the range of cathode rays in air, sees a glowing screen. Becquerel trying to generate X-rays from a uranium rock thinking that X-rays are coming out, puts it on a photographic plate. March of 1896, discovers radioactivity. And shortly after that, Madame Curie, looking for a PhD project, separates uranium and discovers polonium and radium with her husband, Pierre. So I have to also mention, I was talking to Paul Frame, and I've got a bunch of radium buddies out there, Paul and Joel Lubenow, Ed Landa, who you may folks know, and others. Rutherford, amazing guy. If you look at the history of radioactivity, he really did a lot of the science. And if you ever get up to Montreal, there's a wonderful museum up at McGill. I got through it at the last ERPA 8 meeting years ago, but Rutherford really gets some credit here. And he and Sadi actually posed that the transmutation of elements, this was radical. I mean, this is elements becoming different elements. They were sort of afraid to actually publish this. But they did publish it, and they were absolutely right. So Lord Rutherford gets a lot of credit, probably not as much credit as he should in the field of radioactivity. So back to Madame Curie, Marie Sklodowska Curie, born in Poland, and as we all know today, with Russian aggressions in Ukraine, and I've got my yellow and blue ribbon on here. I've got a good colleague I've been in touch with over the last couple of years. Tragic, but bizarre. Invaded Poland. They're under Russian control. Madame Curie's mother sadly died young, TB, when she was about 10. Her dad was a physics professor. Sisters, one became a physician. She actually supported her sister in school in Paris, and then she comes to Paris and meets Pierre. She needs a project. She's working on a project on magnetism and steel and metals, and gets to work in Pierre's lab. Also, she lost her oldest sister to an infection early on too. So really tough childhood in Tsarist controlled Poland. She meets Pierre about 1895. He sets up in his lab, falls in love. They get married. They have 2 girls, Irene, Eve. Tragically, Pierre, 1906, gets run over, gets his skull crushed by a cart in Paris, dies. Very tragic. Very hard on Madame Curie at the time. And interestingly, in 1911, a scandal, she actually had an affair around 1910, 1911 with one of Pierre Curie's students, Paul, you can't see it's off the screen here, but Paul Langdon is his name. And interestingly, Madame Curie's granddaughter, Helen, marries his grandson. So true story. Anyways, so Madame Curie, brings up her daughters. Irene, studies physics, gets a PhD. Frederick Joliet, they actually get a Nobel Prize in chemistry for discovery of artificial radioactivity. Her daughter Eve goes on to study piano and literature, and she the whole story with her too. Amazing woman. Actually talked to her back in the mid-90s. I was trying to get her to the Health Physics Society up in Boston. But they bring the mother over. They're invited. Melanie, Missy Melanie. She was an editor of newspaper. Invites Madame Curie. Starts a program to raise money. She raised the equivalent of $1 million to buy Madame Curie a gram of radium. This is Madame Curie and her daughters on the ship with Missy, 1921. And she came back in 1929 to get another check from President Hoover for $500,000, probably another almost $1 million in today's dollars from the U.S. So lots of great history out there. Richard Moulds has got there's some papers out there. Richard's done a lot of research in radium. I think these are open literature also. These folks were rock stars back in the early 1900s. The discovery of polonium and radium was huge. Here's a spy Vanity Fair. They did a caricature of Madame Curie and Pierre. Newspaper articles. I actually have this somewhere in my man cave. I don't know where. Bought one of these on eBay years ago. And they utilized Pierre's piezoelectric device for measuring these very low currents. Fast forward, after Madame Curie's, they shared the Nobel Prize in physics with Becquerel in the early 1900s. Madame Curie got a second Nobel Prize in 1911, the Savoy Conference. And during the Second World War, she used, I think, some of her Nobel Prize money to actually build trucks with X-ray. She did a lot of X-rays out in the front with her daughter Irene, with the soldiers looking for bullets and shrapnel and things like that. She also taught a lot of students through her laboratory in Paris. This is an early piezoelectric device. She actually when she came to the U.S. in May of 21, she brought one of the early piezoelectric devices. That was probably one of the first instruments to actually measure radioactivity. Donated it to the College of Physicians, the Mutter Museum in Philadelphia, and it's still out there on display. Wonderful instrument. And this is their lab. I mean, they had to process tons and tons of ore to get just trace amounts of polonium. In fact, I was in Prague last year, this time doing some work for the IAEA, and they're still cleaning up the sites. The ore came from an area just below the German border where they mined silver for the thalers. The dollar comes from the thaler, and they were cleaning up these old mines. The Soviets mined the uranium. Lots of history up there. But this colleague who was hosting this meeting says, "Yeah, we're cleaning up this." He said, "Do you have any of those rocks in your office by chance?" And she did. She brought me this. This is one of my favorite. This is probably my favorite Madame Curie's rock. It's from the Czech Republic. I put this in my dirty laundry when I came back. So then I sent this lady back. I said, "I'll see you that radioactive rock, and I'll raise you a rock." Then I'll show you some slides. This area, we have some crazy high radon levels, as I'm sure many of you know, in Pennsylvania. But this is actually from a backyard of a McMansion going up and below Allentown. And some of these rocks are just really hot. So anyway, that's another story. So it would take this pitch blend, I don't know how many tons, but they get tons and tons of ore to process to first extract polonium. That was the first new element they discovered, named after Poland. And so later on, they published that in July of 1898, and then December of 1898 announced the discovery of radium. So she established with her daughter, working there also, the Radium Institute in Paris. The money she got from her Nobel Prize and such, continued to do research, biological research, chemistry and uses of radium, and lots of training of workers and doctors, researchers and such. In fact, Dwayne, I think, who was up in landed in Boston, went through there and set up a radon plant, a seed plant up in Boston after his work in Paris. She also set up a Radium Institute in Warsaw. And that second check she got from President Hoover for $50,000 time in 1929, that money went to buy radium in Poland. I just picked up this press photo. I collect these press photos on eBay from 1932. She's dedicating the facility in Warsaw. But the big event that everybody's probably aware of down here in DC, she was invited again. Missy Melanie right here works up with the Women of America, raised again, probably $65,000, about $1 million today, to buy a gram of radium from Madame Curie. And that gram of radium was actually produced out in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Standard Chemical. And here she is at the White House with President Harding and her daughters. This is the 29 visit with President Hoover. But there's a calibration certificate. The material wasn't at the White House; it was at MBS at the time. And Bert Corsi has done a lot of work at the, researching all this. But she actually went over to visit her radium before she went to the White House, I think, on that Monday. And then she brought this back to, obviously brought it back to Paris. And Bert's done, a lot of these are, again, open access, but Bert Corsi's a radiochemist for many years, retired, does a lot of great research in the history of radium and the National Bureau of Standards. So you can take a look at that. Again, Madame Curie, Savoy conferences through the years. This is 1927. Interesting photo, and you see these photos out there. She was the only woman, all these physicists. She really broke barriers, the glass ceiling here. A brilliant woman with all these luminary Nobel Prize winners, physicists of the time. She was actually good friends with Einstein. Einstein and Madame Curie were very good friends. So back in 21, it was the 100-year anniversary of Madame Curie's visit to the United States, putting a gram of radium, donating the piezoelectric device to the College of Physicians. We did a little webinar. Oh, I'm sorry. Ew. Don't press the thing hard. That's the light press. So back in May of 21, we did it was the middle of the pandemic, right? We did a little webinar. We had Bert, Paul Frame, Joel Lubenow, and Joel and Ed Lander wrote a nice book on Radium City, Pittsburgh. But it's all out there, and it's if you're interested, it's still on YouTube out there. But this is an invitation to Madame Curie's visit on March 23, 1921. So we did this Sunday afternoon. It was 100 years to the day. It was really a fun afternoon. Madame Curie and Pierre acknowledged with all sorts of awards, including the Nobel Prize in Physics in 2003. She got a second Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2011. Lots of awards named an element after Curie's. All sorts of coinage. I've got some up here, some medallions. I think it was a 500 franc note back in the 80s, 90s before they went to the euro. I had their images. Lots of stamps and other first day issue postcards and such. Her daughter Eve wrote the first biography on Madame Curie back in the mid 30s, and she was an interesting woman herself. And during the Second World War, traveled around the world into North Africa and Russia, with meeting with all the soldiers and such. This is an interesting read in itself, but the really well done biography. And you can go to a used bookstore. These are like $2. There's millions and millions of these out there in used bookstores, but it's really a very good book. It does omit the affair with Pierre Curie's student. I was trying to, those of you that are looking around the room probably remember the 1995 Health Physics Society meeting in Boston with the AAPM. I co-chaired the local arrangements for that fun meeting. We had an exhibit at the Museum of Science. We were trying to get Madame Curie's daughter was still alive. She was in her 90s, trying to get her up and William D. Coolidge's son, who invented the modern X-ray tube, up to open this museum exhibit. We got Coolidge's son, but Madame Curie's daughter could not make it because she was going, I didn't know this, but she was going back to Paris. They were exhuming her father and mother and reinterning them in the Pantheon. And the president of Poland and France were there. This was a big deal. They actually measured the radioactivity in their bodies. Joel sent me this paper, and interestingly, Madame Curie lived long enough into the early 30s where she was able to excrete a lot of this radium. Pierre actually had more radioactivity because Madame Curie lived long enough to excrete it. And then again, Richard Bald over in the UK has a wonderful book. Richard sent me this several years ago. It's a mosaic, history of mosaic. Really excellent book. Lots of great photographs and images and such. So movies. So early 40s, Madame Curie was portrayed by Greer Garson, who I guess was a big film star at the time. Walter Pidgeon was Pierre. I have this on VHS tape. A long time since I watched it, but it was based on Eve's book. Romanticized version of all this, as you can imagine. And as I understand it, the director did not engage Eve Curie in any of this, and that was an issue. More recent movie, Rosamund Pike, who's a fabulous actress, she portrayed Madame Curie, but it was based on this artsy book published by this lady up in I think in New York City. Interesting book. Actually glows in the dark. The cover glows in the dark. Fabulous actress, props. The costumes were great, but really kind of strange. And I think it really was a bit of a dishonor. There's also a French film out there. Oh, shoot. Trying to hit the French film out there, which I haven't seen, but maybe hope to if they can get subtitles on it. My French is. Okay, so many of you probably remember Sid Porter, a good friend and colleague, passed away a number of years ago. Sid actually decontaminated this piezoelectric device at the Mutter. Sid was up in the Philly area. So again, it's out there. There's a lady, and she was part of our in 21, our discussion that afternoon on the 100th anniversary. Actually, she's an engineer. She portrays Madame Curie, does a really good job with that. And there's some YouTubes of her out there with the director of the museum, which are really fascinating. She goes into the Madame Curie mode. I was at the ERPA meeting in Buenos Aires a number of years ago, and actually some of the original, I don't know who got it, if it was a Bell or somebody got, Madame Curie's devices. They were on display down there in a museum near the convention. So that was interesting. This is some photographs. They had a rather interesting display of, glow in the dark dresses and things, and little boy here that lit up. I'm not sure if I got all that, but if young women especially that are interested in STEM, the IAEA has a Madame Curie fellowship program. So if you know of any young ladies that are interested in studying STEM, nuclear, radiological sciences, this is out there. They open it up the end of the year, and I think they award them in the early part of the next year. Don't need to remind you folks the chemistry of radium, and I put this up here because it's calcium, same period as calcium, and radium. If you ingest radium, it's going to go to your bones, right? And that's the big problem. Oxidation state here actually forms some radium bromide. I need to update that. Half-lives, the radium-226, the longest, lived about 1,600 years. And they are starting to use, interestingly, radium-223 with a lot of alphas for, talk about this, therapeutic for metastatic cancers. Ken Rutherford and all the transmutation work that he did. And this, I want to put this I think out of the Rad Health handbook, but as we all know, short-lived decay products from radium, the radon down, lots of hefty gammas in here. So if you encapsulate radium, you can get these sources with a good amount of gamma radiation. I'll show you some of the early therapies that were done. standards, radiation protection standards. Cindy Jones did a fabulous expose review of early radiation standards several years ago in the Health Physics Journal. As we all know, they were up to the 50s. They were threshold-based kind of radiation protection standards, and then on it was a probabilistic. The LNT was implemented, and this month's issue of Health Physics totally devoted to LNT. I haven't had a chance to read them, but we could probably spend days and days on all that. This I got from the Madrid ERPA 11 meeting. I redid this. I really love this graphic because it really kind of shows you got source of radiation, you got biological effects. I think we know more about radiation than any other physical hazard. All the standards that have been developed over the years, we have Geiger counters. That click is one atom that's disintegrating. We're out there trying to protect the workers, environments, patient, the public. We got all this basic science and loops back to the statutes and regulations. But what I loved about this graphic and why I recycled it from the ERPA meeting was the societal political influences. Those of you that work in government know, there are other influences. And look at 3 Mile Island and all that. And I love this quote, Lori Taylor, I saw this, and this is Ken Miller, a good friend, colleague from Hershey Medical Center, retired. Radiation protection is not only a matter of science, it's a problem of philosophy, morality, and utmost wisdom. I just love that quote. And it's really the essence of radiation protection. We all know, where we are today with the ICRP recommendations. Over the years, we've come from ICRP 2, 2630, 60, 103. Mike Boyd's heard me many times talking about this, how disjointed we are here in the U.S. on our radiation protection standards. But basically, this is it. And we work with existing conditions, plan scenarios, emergencies. We always want to justify, optimize, and limit radiation exposure to public workers. And of course, the LNT, and I don't need to spend much time on that. Again, read the journal. Radiation protection in the U.S., it's interesting, the standards come down from EPA, set the high-level standards recommendation. President Reagan issued the last directive to the federal agencies, though OSHA didn't follow it. But implementing falls to the state level. In Pennsylvania, pretty much everything except for the nuclear power reactors and our one research reactor, which is under NRC, fall to the states. And in fact, Pennsylvania did control radium. This was the glitch back in the 50s. I think the doctors got to the AAC and said, we don't want to be regulated by the AAC. So leave the sealed radium sources out of your regulatory framework. And that was problematic. But in the 70s, the states did start to catch up and start regulating and licensing radium use. Pennsylvania, again, very proud of the Pennsylvania DEP program I worked with for many years. And looking at the history, which I'll show you some of this, is we were out there on the bleeding edge of some of this radiation protection work. After TMI, we had the revision of our Radiation Protection Act, a lot of other statutes related to radium, licensing of material. Again, we always licensed radium. And when we became an agreement state, if we hadn't become an agreement state in 08, we would have lost 400 licensees to the NRC when they amended the Atomic Energy Act in 2005, when NRC got all of that discrete radium and accelerator produced materials. We all know our standards here. And again, I could spend another lecture talking about why we need to fix some of these. Pennsylvania became an agreement state again in 08. We've got a few states, Indiana, West Virginia, and my buddy Jeff Samancic up in Connecticut, which soon should be a agreement state. Lots of cleanups over the years. TMI Unit 2, Peach Bottom Unit 1, maybe starting soon. This is an old gas-cooled reactor, but other reactors along the way, the old shipping ports, Saxton, Queehana reactors. Lots of radium and some uranium tailings. Interesting, we've got the only radium tailing site east of the Mississippi. Lots of standards to sort of tag to these cleanups, and we've used them all up in Pennsylvania over the years. Interestingly, the NRC commissioned Oak Ridge, Paul Frame and gang to look at old radium sites around the country, and they gave the states lists of these radium sites to look at right after they realized they were going to be getting into some radium cleanups and such, like Connecticut, the watch factories up there in Connecticut. We knew of all these sites. We had about 40. In fact, we had some that we were cleaning up that had cleaned up that they weren't even aware of. A lot of good documents out there that Oak Ridge has produced over the years, and catalogs of radium items. Production of radium, Pennsylvania produced most of the radium in the US up to the early 20s. Standard Chemical, a couple of undertakers from Pittsburgh started this company. Their sister rather had cancer. They couldn't get the radium from Europe, so they started producing radium. They bought an old stove factory out in Canonsburg, Pennsylvania, and started producing radium out there. In fact, Madam Cari came out in 21 to visit the site. It took, and most of it was carnotite ore coming in from Colorado in western US, low-grade ores. It took about 500 tons of carnotite ore produced 1 gram of radium, 500 tons of ore. And they produced about 75 grams of radium through the years. And this is some pictures of the various operations, the carnotite. And they have a journal that you see some of these and other publications, and actually manufacturing the sources. This is the 5th floor of the Flannery building in the Oakland area near Pitt of the Standard Chemical operation back in the teens. When I came on board in 1960, Herman Sember discovered this building was still radioactive in the early 60s. They deconned it back then. I came on board in 99, and it turns out somebody had sold the building to a bank. The bank sold the building to somebody. They found it was still contaminated under the rugs and the wall boards and such. They went to court, forced the bank to take it back. We issued a license to clean it up. Yeah, so this building is still there. And you'll see some pictures of this. This is the Canonsburg site. You folks that know Jim Yusko, Tom Jaruski, one of my predecessors, Tom gave Jim the task of monitoring the DOE cleanup out there. This is one of the first Title I Umtrica sites in the country. Big cell out there in Canonsburg. It's still in the legacy program, DOE legacy program. They did a film back in '82, not widely available. And then back several years ago, Mike Sheets helped Joel Lubenow and I arrange. This is Sally Flannery, the great granddaughter of one of the brothers. We got a historical marker put on Pitt. The current owner of the Flannery building didn't want it out in front of the building. So we got it over at Mike arranged. We helped get it over at Pitt because there was another plaque there that actually, I think it was Pope Paul, who was he was Bishop of Poland at the time. He put this plaque on in the 60s. I think it was Pope Paul. Anyways, there's a plaque back here. There's a picture. Joel's got a picture of him screwing that to the wall. But anyways, there's a nice tribute to the Flannerys out there at Pitt. But yeah, so this is a legacy site, lots of wells and such. I got some of these ads up here. I got some artifacts and things I brought along with me. But Standard Chemical was quite the company. They ran for almost 10 years, and produced all sorts of some quackery, but some serious medical. They published a journal, Radium, and that Radium journal is out there actually online. And you can actually see that journal and the great articles that they picked up from all around the country. What time? What do I got? The 12? 12. And what time do you have now? Okay, great. I wasn't sure if my clock had stopped or okay. So they in the teens, not only you'll see some of the quackery that was developed, but there was actually some valid medical uses of radium that were starting to come to fruition. Topical plaques and such, and some of these sealed sources that were actually placed in temporarily into tumors and such. So yeah, so I've got some of these ads up here. This is a journal. Again, they're all digitized. I think they're digitized through the library out there in Pittsburgh. But if you Google this Radium journal, there's probably a dozen or so of these issues out there, and they're very interesting to read some of the old articles. Joel Lubenow, and he's one of my radium buddies. He and Ed Landa wrote a book several years ago, Radium City. They were gonna name, Pittsburgh Steel City. They're gonna name it Radium City because lots of radium produced out there. And I think that was a serious thought that somebody was going to do it. But they did a wonderful review of the radium production out in Pittsburgh. There's a beautiful the Flannery brothers commissioned this gorgeous stained glass window that's now in the Heinz Museum out there. That was in the Flannery building as you walk in, apparently. So that's out there if you want to see it. They were also looking. What also got them interested in the carnotite ore was the vanadium that was in there. They were starting to treat steel add vanadium to steel for strengthening the steel. And in fact, Joel talks about this and Ed talk about this. Henry Ford sort of helped them along the way because these early Model A's, Model T's needed that steel, that strong steel. Anyways, this book is online. It's free. It's available, and it's a really good read. So other things, the museum exhibits in the 20s. There was many museum exhibits. Trying to. Everybody's interested in radium, talking about radium. So again, some quackery. You had people setting up radium emanation rooms where people could go in and breathe the radon. In fact, they still do this in Europe, Eastern Europe, Russia. There's a couple mines. I've been to this one in below Helena, Boulder, Montana. It was the first uranium mine in Montana. You could actually go down about 85 feet. It was written up in National Geographic. You can sit there, there's a heated side, unheated side. You can sit there and breathe the radium for pure. They got an RV hook. You have an RV. You can have RV hookups and such. Really, really crazy stuff. They're still out there. There's no laws against it, so they do it. It helps their arthritis. In the 30s, 20s, 30s, 40s, always with cancer treatment, surgery was the thing always. Then the X-rays came in, and then radium, and for therapy, or some combination of all three. So this was debated into the 40s, with early therapies, whether surgery or radium or X-rays was going to be better. These are some early images of some of the topical, superficial treatments with radium needles and plaques. And radium was so expensive in the early part of the 20th century, again, $1 million a gram, that they started milking. They put a couple grams of radium in a little, glass vacuum plant here, and they produced these gold radium seeds. And I have a little vial somewhere here. Here it is. You can pass these around. This is a little vial of seeds that they would actually pull the radon back in. They were permanent implants. They were gold. They wouldn't react with tissue. They'd suck the radon back in, several millicuries of radon. I think I did the last radon seed implant at Albany Medical Center early in my career. And as everybody knows, we then moved into I-125 palladium. But these were set up, Faillia up in New York, patented some of these plants. And again, it was a way of producing as much therapeutic dose to a tumor without having to have the radium to do that. So I think it was the last one because one of them leaked. How many millicuries of radon we blew up the hood? We leak test these. So what happened in the 20s was the Belgians had all this rich pitch blende down in the Belgian Congo. They were bringing this up to Belgium to produce radium, and they basically put Standard Chemical out of business. And there's a wonderful book out there, and you can probably find this online in used bookstores, or maybe somebody's digitized it. It's around, there's no copyright dated, I don't think, in it, around 1933. But they show a lot of the illustrations and how the treatments with these various plaques and sources. And they actually started when they had they had enough radium, they started producing these radium bombs. So they'd put 3, 4, 5, 6 curies, grams of radium into a source, several sources, and then collimate that and that this was the start of teletherapy, teleradiation therapy. So all that other early stuff was brachytherapy, close therapy. This is now teletherapy in the 30s. And they actually had one of these radium bombs over in Philadelphia. Then, of course, Herb Parker, who was in the UK at the time, Herb's, was a leader in medical physics. He with Pat Patterson, they created the Parker-Patterson-Parka method for calculating radiation dose. And there's a book out there. I've got the book. And just getting more quantitative and how to treat and deliver radiation dose to cancer tumors. And again, these are temporary radium needles in various mandible tumors, things like that. And then all the configurations, and then how long to leave it there. And again, debate on the whole radium therapy versus surgery. This is in Nature back in the early 40s. Interestingly, non-cancer treatment, the submariners and some of the aviators couldn't equalize their pressure differential, right? And then kids that had chronic ear infections couldn't equalize. And so they started using, I think there's about 50 milligrams, 50 millicuries. They started making these nasal pharyngeal apparatus. They put about 50 millicuries at the end in a sealed source, and they drop it up the nose. And they did thousands of these treatments. And it's just, in fact, I don't think I know, thanks, Ed, that Hopkins down here started looking at some of the kids that were treated in the 50s. They did this right in the 50s, early 60s. In fact, one of my staff told me their mother had them treated with a radium nasopharyngeal. And Stu Farber, looked at this for many, many years back in the 80s and was working this. But Hopkins, I think, got some association with brain tumors with the kids, but I don't think they ever saw anything with the submariners or aviators. Sorry, I'm going back and forth in time here. Back in the teens, because all the uranium and the radium was coming out of Colorado, all a lot of radium was going to Europe. So they discovered this famous geologist, Edgar Wherry, Wherry, discovered some carnotite up in Mauch Chunk, Pennsylvania. And what's Mauch Chunk now? Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania. Jim Thorpe is yeah. So they found that Mount Pisgah has got all this carnotite ore in the mountain, and they were actually going to mine this, but they felt that it was going to be so expensive to go out west to the mill where the mills were and all that. So they never did that. But fast forward the 50s, and I'll show some slides of this. They actually mined about 300 tons of this ore out of the mountain in several adits along, I think it's Route 209. It's just up there with some of my DEP colleagues. We're out chipping some samples out of the side of a hill. But yeah, so they were going to produce radium here on the East Coast and in Pennsylvania from the ore, Pennsylvania. In the 50s, of course, we had the uranium boom, right? Where we needed uranium. The AEC needed uranium for plutonium production. They were actually flying scintillators all over the country, mapping out uranium deposits. And as you can see, Pennsylvania's got a fair amount. Of course, the Colorado Plateau. This is one of the road cuts in Jim Thorpe. And there's a good paper. This is open access also. The Pennsylvania Geology magazine, summer 2001, is a nice article by Ed Landa, Joel. Bob Smith is the geologist from DCNR. He's retired. Bob actually has written several books on Pennsylvania radium geology. So, and it's the uranium boom in the 50s was huge. You had all sorts of ads, how to make a Geiger counter, buy a Geiger counter, go out and claim your stakes out there and make all sorts of money. You even had Lucille Ball and Ricky out there in Nevada hunting. There's an episode of I Love Lucy with Fred Astaire, Father Knows Best. hunting for uranium in Vegas, and of course, I'm sure they got into some crazy thing with Fred and what's her name. Anyway, so there's a good, actually, seriously, there's a good book. Another one of our uranium buddies, Roger Robinson, physician, interestingly, who's we got fascinated with radium and uranium, wrote a really good book a few years ago, and that's available out there to be purchased through Springer. We in Pennsylvania, we would run across not only old uranium deposits, but there's colleges out there. I consulted to one Ivy League college in the Boston area. We found boxes and boxes of uranium ore in the basement. I can't. Anyways, our folks go into this college up by Reading, and there's a nice display of all the various oxide states of uranium, and so we help them take care of that. Again, the radon spas in Germany, throughout Europe, quack, stuff, all beauty products, soap, radium soap. Take your skin off with the radium. No, a lot of the stuff didn't even have radium in it. They would put radium on the product just to sell it. And of course, the beauty products. I don't know where these were made, but you can see a lot of these ads. I think these were condoms. A lot of the stuff, of course, didn't have any radium, but this guy did. This Radiotheranostics, and okay, there was some, the radium dance. There was plays in New York City. Somebody did the radium dance. You can actually, they can play this. You can go online and find this. And they had the pony ballet, and I think I've got a record with the radium dance. Lots of quack stuff. Radium water. This is a Temple University physicist in the 30s testing the water in Fairmount Park for radium. Paul Frame, again, Paul has been at this. The history of radioactivity has a great website. I was chatting with Paul just yesterday. He can't be with us today. He had some other occasions, but there's a lot of interesting stuff out there. They've redone the website a little bit, but they got all the quack stuff up there. He's got a lot of other fabulous historical information, history of radiation, radioactivity. It actually, everything, if you've been down to Oak Ridge and taken any of Paul's courses, they're moving the training center. They're building a new training center. So Paul was telling me they've just boxed up everything. We had it all up there in Boston too, in the 95 meeting up in Boston on display. But it's all boxed up. They're building a new training center. They're going to redisplay all that stuff in Oak Ridge, and the public will have access to it. Corbina jars, Joel Lubenow was telling me this is where they produced them up in Allentown, Pennsylvania. He had gotten in there back in the 60s before he went to work for the AEC/NRC. They would take uranium ore and put it in a jug, fill it up with water, and then have your infused, radon infused water. Other sort of jugs, they would line these with uranium or put uranium inserts in there. This one, I don't know. I came across this out in Pittsburgh. This building has now been demolished. I'm not sure what's there now. The PNC Center, I think. But this PAR lab, I've never seen any of these on eBay or whatever. But they produced treated radium water. Again, lots of this quack stuff. This had, I think, very little or no radium in it. This had a tincture. This was homeopathic radium solutions. And in fact, this is my good friend, John Bilforth. That's John Bilforth sorting through a box of these. God bless him. Back in the day, back in the 60s. But there was very little, if anything, in there. This was produced in Philadelphia. This is the interesting one. This Radiotheranostics was produced in New Jersey. Had a microcurie each of radium-226 and 228. This guy, this quack, William Bailey from New Jersey, was producing all this. This Eben Byers was a rich industrialist from Pennsylvania, inherited a steel mill up there. Fell out of a berth going from a football game down in Yale, heading back to Boston. Injured his shoulder. His doctor prescribed this Radiotheranostics. He drank vials of these, several vials a day, until his jaw started falling apart. And and that's when the FDA really jumped in. This was really in his skull, you know, all this. This is where the FDA, the new relatively new FDA in the 30s, put the kibosh on all this radium quackery. But we found, and I got this actually this one I found on eBay. It's all out there on eBay, right? So we had a couple who were cleaning out mom and dad's garage had passed away, and they found 2 cases of these Radithor. They ended up in our radium roundup. We'd have an annual radium roundup, but this one I had got prior to this on eBay. So I'm just going to turn this on. Ed's trusty Geiger counter. Click. Still a little bit of residual radium on the cork. Not a lot, but yeah. So this was a huge issue back in the early 30s, and really sort of, you know, was the beginning of the end of all the quack radium. Evan Byers, not the way I want to go out. My jaw falling apart. Radium production in Pennsylvania, not only Standard Chemical, but there was a group up in Sellersville. This Dr. Siegfried Kohn, Austrian chemist, set up an operation, produced a couple grams. Again, I found the photograph on eBay several years ago. Building's no longer there, but there's an open field. And DEP actually cleaned this up back in the 90s. Before I got there, they dropped a couple $1 million on cleaning out this old landfill. US Gauge came in, they started painting radium dials, and they may have used the same building, I'm not sure, but it's also a what we call HASCA, hazardous site cleanup, with some chemical contamination. So they're still monitoring the wells up there. This was the Standard Chemical vanadium building, the Flannery building, circa 2000. Again, Robley Evans had a staff down there doing radon breath analysis on old workers and chemists. This was the 5th floor where they did all the final. The concentrate would come out of Canonsburg on a trolley in a tin can, come up to the Oakland district, and then on the 5th floor they had the final separations. And this is where they did the fractional crystallizations to produce from the radium bromide to the radium, barium chloride and radium chloride. They would fractionally crystallize that and get the pure radium eventually. But they had this building down to bricks and mortar, steel girders. I think if they had known it was going to cost them what it did, several million, they probably would have dropped the building bank. But they got it clean. Also, we had another production facility north of Pittsburgh, Cheswick, Pennsylvania, and Joel Blumenthal pointed this out to me several years ago. And they'd known about it in the 60s, produced a couple grams of radium, so there's probably 1,000 tons of carnotite ore out there, right? But we didn't have an address for it. We had our staff driving around with micro R meters and just couldn't find this place. Then eventually Joel went out to the library out there and found one of these old maps, city maps, and found the footprint of the place. It was like right in here. And fortunately, it's a fencing operation, so it's just open fields where they lay down areas, and there's some buildings here. We tested all those buildings for radon. Did a lot of testing out there. Right now it's in our hazardous site cleanup act. Not sure how it's going to get resolved. They may do a we call pave and wave, a cap and monitor. Fortunately, the river runs down here. The groundwater is running this way, so there's no. Of course, there's a city well there. There's no impact on the city well. Of course, we had a professor back to Philly. We had a professor in the Philadelphia area, Lansdowne, Austin Ad. Back in the early 60s, this is again John Vilforth, God bless John and Tom Jaruski. This guy was recycling radium in the basement of his house. He was a physics professor at Penn. Yeah, you can't make this stuff up. He and his wife and a technician, and the place was just totally wrapped up. I mean, it was R per hour in some of these areas of the basement. John's down there full decon, but they cleaned it up in the 60s. There's actually a 16 millimeter film which we digitized. It shows John, and they actually brought the Air Force mobile rad lab in They got it pretty well decon, but it wasn't enough. Fast forward, Bill Ballinger, a good buddy out in the Philly area, worked for EPA. Many of you probably know Bill. Bill took this on in the 80s, and then the Austin Ave, other vicinity sites, and the Cummings operation just down the street. I'm not sure if there was connections, but there was actually another producer of radium down the street. And this is a wonderful photograph of the Negro League, Lansdowne, and it's the only photograph I'm aware of the Cummings chemical radium production, vanadium, uranium. But interesting old photo. But again, this was part of Bill Ballinger's cleanup. And again, the Cummings operation patented some sources back there in the 20s. Of course, the radium dial painters, big negative impact here. This is the New Jersey cohort. This guy Hammer, and I've got Hammer's book here, Radium book. He sort of was one of the first to, I think actually Brooks developed the zinc sulfide mixture of radium and zinc sulfide activated with silver for some of these early spinthariscopes. I think this is a Crookes spinthariscope. But Hammer did a lot of work with this. And then von Schacke came in from Europe, not sure exactly where, but he patented this. And then they started using this the First World War for painting clocks and watches and dials and various things. And the New Jersey cohort was the first cohort to really go to trial with some of the impact, the effects on these women. Again, teeth falling out, jaws, people dying, ladies dying. And of course, the quack Bailey over in New Jersey writes a letter that radium's getting a bad word, bad rap on all this radium. It's really good for you. Paint watch clocks. This went on, in New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, some radium dial painting operations in Pennsylvania, and of course Ottawa, Illinois was a big cohort out there. This is actually, and then U.S. Radium in New Jersey that ran a lot of this radium dial painting back in the 20s, 30s. In the late 40s, moved to Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania. They bought an old toy factory. They abandoned this, became like a $40 million EPA cleanup in New Jersey, and moved out to Bloomsburg. And they brought everything with them. Duct work, and it buried it in a it's of course on the Susquehanna, right in a canal and all that. But they were actually still painting radium up into the 50s in Bloomsburg. Lots of other work. Hamilton Watch in Lancaster. This is the old Hamilton Watch facility. They did some radium painting in this area on the clock tower. We were back in there, didn't find anything. There's a school now. We did a total walk down of that. They did a lot of radium dial painting in the 40s, early 40s during the war. A lot of instrumentation. There was 100,000 square feet operation producing gauges for various aircraft and such. And this is some of the classic photos from that operation in the early 40s. I actually had a lady contact me, the daughter of one of the radium dial painters, and she was looking for her mother's record. She knew the mother was counted. She thought she was counted at Argonne. Turns out she was counted at MIT by Robley Evans. We found her records. Serge got the records. They're now out in the Transuranic Registry. Sent me copies. Then Dick Toohey and I spent some time with the daughter explaining all this. I actually went over. I was looking for the photograph. I have a photograph of myself and the daughter and the mother, who was 89 years old at the time. I went to visit her. Brought her a little plant. My wife got her a little plant. A nice visit. She was still living independent, 89 years old, over in the Philly area, and actually found her card. Pennsylvania, the health department or labor department went out, were counting these people in the late 30s, early 40s, these radium dial operations around Pennsylvania, and they were doing radon breath analysis. But I actually found her. They had these cards. They actually typed all this up, and there was a little report Joel found in the Pennsylvania archives. Yeah, so there's probably several dozen individuals. Basically, crude Geiger counter. Don't have Tom Jaruski remembered the Geiger counter. Couldn't remember where it went, but this is a crude Geiger counter. They measured radioactivity on their bones. and then they did blood counts and such on these people. I've read that. No, no, no background. It's it was used. Yeah, when I wish I did. No, nothing in the write up or on the cards. Mostly women. But I found this lady's card they're in the DEP Bureau of Rad Protection director's files. They're in little card case. I've got it marked "Do not throw away." And some of the early Social Security numbers. I redacted. Social Security numbers were just out. Anyways, and this guy, Frank Willard, Joel Lubenow actually shared an office with Frank in the 60s. He went out during the war, published this in the Industrial Hygiene Journal. They were measuring radon breath analysis. In fact, the woman I interviewed, she was only there a couple of years at Bendix. She talked about the operation that she worked at was like working in front of a salad, with the glass and such. So I think this is probably pretty typical. They weren't painting brushes, touching brushes anymore, but they were doing silk screen kind of operations. Again, Roby Evans did a lot of work with the radium dial painters in the 30s, out in New Jersey and Chicago. All this is rolled up. All this information went to Argonne, then back out to Sergei's collections out there, the Transuranic Registry. In fact, Bert's, of course, he's written up some of the work that MBS did on some of the radium dial painters, the calibrations. And again, the Transuranic Registry has all these tissue samples, all the radium records related to this. And this is part of John Boyce's million person study. Is they're going back and looking at some of the folks that hadn't passed away in the 90s when all this was shut down. And Nicole Martinez is leading up the group that's looking at I've got a copy of a really nice paper Nicole and her colleagues have generated. Stay tuned there. Books. Radium Girls. Claudia Clark, a very scholarly review of the labor laws back in the 20s. There was no labor laws on radiation protection or anything. The owners of U.S. Radium were claiming these women had syphilis, that it was the phosphorus jewel or something like that. But Claudia Clark's got a wonderful book out there. You get it on eBay or ABE Books. 30 years later, Kate Moore went out and looked at this is mostly the New Jersey case. Kate Moore went out and interviewed a lot of the folks out in Illinois, out in Ottawa, and wrote a very nice book on. It's more of an personal impact on these painters and their lives and their kids. Lots of other books in between out there to be had. Of course, any rock and roll fans, if you Google this, do this at home. This is a really good rock and roll. I play guitar and piano, and I wish I could play like this guy, Tom Morello. I think he's mostly studio, but anyway, who is it? Rage Against the Machine. He was a guitarist. I gotta look that up. Thank you. Rage Against the Machine. I gotta write that down. Rage Against the Machine. Okay. Anyways, Tom is he is the most incredible, one of the most incredible guitarists I've ever seen. This video is really a hot video. His mother had a friend that was a radium dial painter in Ottawa, so he wrote this song, Radium Girls, and he got some really hard rocking women. In fact, this lady is from Pussy Riot. There's a warrant out for her arrest. She spent some time in a Russian jail already. There's a warrant out for her arrest from Russia right now. But anyways, really, really good. Actually, if I could have, I was going to have this as my walk-on song. And when you hear this, just picture me, and this is my new walk-on song. My wife thinks that's crazy. Anyway, plays. There are a couple plays out there. These Shining Lives. I actually saw this down here in Baltimore several years ago. Vic and I were down for I think a finance committee meeting, and it was playing, so went over to see that. Not played too often. It's mostly focused on the Ottawa, Illinois cohort or an individual. But this one is a really good. D.W. Gregory, who I've met, and I've been on stage with her doing talkbacks at a couple of these plays and down here in Frederick and in Lancaster. Anyway, really good. And this can be done in high schools. There's very few props. And your son's school did it excellent. Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple props. There's a desk, a chair, not much else. And like it can be 4 to 6 actors. And really, really well done. And I asked her when I saw it at Millersville University a few years ago, did you rewrite this? Because I'd seen it early on after she first published it. It was done out in Pittsburgh. It was a local health physics chapter meeting. Western PA chapter the day out was a play. Anyways, really well done. D.W. Gregory really can't give her enough accolades for this play. If you see it, catch it. Local high school, college. It's really, really good play. Of course, there was a recent movie. I don't know if anybody saw it. Has anybody seen this one? This was out a couple years ago. But it's sort of a mashup of the Illinois, Ottawa, New Jersey situation. It was good. Good props, good sets, and costumes and such. It's worth a couple hours. There's a new musical out there. So during the pandemic, I bought this online. Like in the middle of the pandemic, it was just a bunch of people doing Zoom, doing this musical. And I just got an email just a couple of days ago from this David Krukowski. They're going to be perhaps doing this in Philadelphia. I sent him some kudos on it back a couple of years ago. He sent me an email. They may be doing this at the end of the summer over in Philly. So it's out there on YouTube. You can listen to it, some excerpts. And this is just a few of the songs. It's more in the tradition of a Broadway kind of musical. Other radium lost in town. Some of you may know this name, Frank Hartman. He was a radium teller, radium consultant. He would bring in radium from Canada. So once the Belgium War scenario sort of went away, Second World War, the Canadians were producing. They had a lot of pitchblende up the Great Bear Lake in Canada. Would bring it down outside of Toronto. Produced a lot of radium. Frank was the radium rep in the Philly area. Of course, when this stuff got lost, they called Frank out to come and find this radium. He tells a horror story. One of the hospitals in the Philly area blew up a radon seed plant, dropped a couple hundred millicuries of radium in the basement, and just a real mess. And I think they're still cleaning it up. They covered it with concrete at the time. Anyways, good write-up. Paul Frame's website has some of Frank's lead shields and such. And of course, our good friend, late colleague John Bilforth, writes about radium in the public health reports in '64, the lack of control and the problems with radium back in the day. And I used to love John and I would talk 2 or 3 times a year when I went to Pennsylvania, because he had some connections with 3 Mile Island. And we had John up on the 25th anniversary of the 3 Mile Island accident. Just a wonderful man, a really bright guy, and went to school at Penn State. Go Nittany Lions. All right. So then, Joe Lubenow and Jaruski and Jan Lieben, who was the head of the program, they surveyed some of the doctors' offices that were using radium, found some problems there. Even in the late 90s, this is a write-up from 2008, back circa 1999, 98, 99, finding radium needles in scrap metal facilities coming out of Philadelphia. This is Bill Ballinger's, back at Bill Ballinger's head right here. Bill wrote this up. Oh, the radon seeds got melted down, and if expanding, this is in the 80s, early 80s, Western PA and Buffalo, New York, some jeweler up there got a hold of a bunch of these seeds, and they still, long-lived lead-210 in there. There was problems actually. And Jerry Rosen, who was on our Radiation Protection Advisory Committee for many years, there's a little line here. The fellow came in and he had some problems with his ring fixture. This is his class ring, and it was still this stuff was still radioactive. And there's not it's maybe 40 milligrams per centimeter square here, right? Maybe 4 or 7 here, right at your joint. So he was having some problems, and it turned out to be radioactive seeds, radons. Oh yeah, radium. Were. Oh yeah. Yep. Yep. And that. Yeah. Yeah. But that was a common. And wait do you see what we found? Radium lost and found. Well, we were one of the few states that require landfills, and the scrapyards do it to protect themselves. And the radium stuff that show needles and such that show up in landfills. This is all just some shots. Glow in the dark crucifix. You know, Sid Porter found this radium needle from New York. All sorts of radium gauges, check sources. Bill Ballinger pulled this out of a radium chloride. You can see it actually affected the it turned the glass purple. It was wrapped up in lead. It was in some glass recycling. Sid pulled this one out of a waste. There's a radium beryllium source. One of the colleges lost control of in the Philly area. All sorts of, we're talking about deck markers. This little guy, this is from Paul Frame's website. This guy was found in the Philadelphia area. Guys were supposed to sort of tuck this into their pants. It was supposed to help them. Navy gauge. Oh yeah, you can't make this stuff up. Vacuum gauges, instrument panels on trucks, all sorts of crazy stuff. Abandoned sealed sources, cesium, cobalt-60, radium, static eliminator wires. By a cell tower on a mountain up by Altoona, 100 microcurie gauge at the bottom of the cell tower, just sitting there by itself, manufactured up in Massachusetts, 100 microcuries. I used to budget about $30,000 a year for our annual radium roundup. We had a contractor come in and pick up all the crazy stuff we'd find. Gauges again. Sid Porter was Sid was working another radium source retrieval. A guy set off alarm with a load of sludge. They'd sucked up storm sewers on I-83 between Maryland and Pennsylvania border, just over the Pennsylvania border. Picked up an old 10 millicurie industrial radiography source. How many years it was there, God knows. But yeah, this is industrial radiography during the Second World War. You know, castings and wells and such was really important during the war. And we all know it now. It's evolved to iridium, cobalt-60. Vince Rodding was an industrial radiographer in the Philly area. Claims to be the last person to have rung the Liberty Bell with his head. Before they moved it over to the current location in the museum there across the street from the Independence Hall, they did all sorts of industrial radiography, big cobalt-60 sources, huge pieces of film. Vince, God bless him, gave me a film that he took of the crack in the Liberty Bell. I have this in my man cave. It's all framed up. It's wonderful. And of course, you know, we found an industrial radiography operation outside of Philly. Somebody abandoned the facility, left 100 milligram industrial radiography source. We had a recovery on that. And this is the mother of all recovered radium sources. 3 blocks from our office in Norristown, DEP office in Norristown, a transfer facility, waste transfer facility, setting off alarms. I don't know how many trucks back. A curie of radium, a gram of radium in a box. And Paul's got some pictures. This is Radium Chemical Corporation, chrome-plated lead box inside of a copper lead-lined box with all sorts of brachytherapy paraphernalia. 4 sources, capsules, a gram of radium. I wish you could go back in time and give Madam Curie another gram of radium. Anyways, it cost us a lot of money. It took us a long time to figure this out. We transferred this to PNNL for recycle for radium-223. But Tony Lamastra up in Allentown came down and recovered. The Geiger counters pinned out. We came over with an ion chamber. Yeah, toasty. This is another. I did this actually as a CEL at the annual meeting up in Madison several years ago. That's a whole nother hour. Instrument labs up in Lock Haven, up by the old Piper Cub. They used to manufacture Piper Cub airplanes. These guys were scraping radium off of gauges. Then across town, another one scraping radium off of gauges, dumping it in the back 40. This was a knockdown. And then we reached out to other FAA certified radium gauge operators, and oh boy, did we find radium gauges. So, well, there was a little cleanup. I think Ken Miller worked this one at the Harrisburg Airport. Little one outside of Philadelphia. Terry Durstein, his staff outside of Philly several years ago. This one, the Struby guy, basically did speculative accumulation, bought military surplus, 1 million aircraft gauges, stuffed into 8 warehouses up in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. Of course, our little Haska fund couldn't do that one, so we brought in EPA to help us with their checkbook. They screened all these, bagged them up, 400,000 radium gauges out to probably Utah. And these are all the warehouses now. They cleaned them out. We validated all the cleanups and such. Of course, the other mother, of a cleanup site, the old U.S. Radium up in Bloomsburg on the Susquehanna River, cleaned out all the canals, all the burials, all the buildings are down now. I think EPA, super fun. NRC kept saying, not going to score, not going to score. All you needed was 26, right, for super fun. I think it came in like 74 or something like that with everything else. So that's still ongoing. There's still some soil contamination, water table's high, but just some incredible stuff came out of here, including all the original US Radium documents with the signed agreements with the Radium Girls 1925. We had all that scanned up. It's now in the Library of Congress. You can search all that, all sorts of crazy. I had Paul Frame up here on the second floor at one point. So, Paul, you like these? Too much radium. Several years ago, PSC Metals outside of Pittsburgh shredded up about 100 milligrams, 100 millicuries of radium, old radium needles. I went out there. They shipped several loads to Ohio, set off alarms. They had monitors. They weren't paying attention, or they weren't. Yeah. Business loss, cleanup, probably several $1 million here. We shut them down for several months. Smoke detectors. Of course, smoke detectors, the early foils were produced by US Radium up in Bloomsburg. And they were early, some of the early industrial ones you'll find still have fairly large radium foils in there. But you think about the number of lives that have been saved, now americium, of course, number of lives that have been saved by smoke detectors since these ionizing radiation smoke alarms have come in. Of course, radon. This is the Stan Watrous story up in Reading Prong in Pennsylvania. Stan's house. Stan was helping to build Limerick. His clothes were setting off the alarms. They hadn't even turned the plant on yet. There was a radon decay products clinging to his house. They evacuated the house. They got it cleaned down, mitigated. His house, that record stood for 30 years, 2,600 picocuries per liter. They got it down below 4. EPA didn't even have an action level at that point. They developed their action level, right, during this mid 80s. Fast forward 30 years, new development, McMansions below Allentown, breaks the record, 30-year standing record. They built about 90 houses up there. Actually visited this home when they were doing it. You walk in with a micro-R meter, just the submersion dose rate from the gammas inside the house. Never saw that before. We think we have a world record, 17,000. These are not significant figures, but two significant figures, 17,000 picocuries per liter. We had almost 20 houses over 1,000, all of them over the action level, and got them all down below 4. Most of them down below 4. This is in the November 22 Health Physics Journal. Bob Lewis wrote this up. Really nice job, and his team did a fabulous job on working. We had alarms. We did a lot of public outreach. This is again another hour talk. Just the radon in Pennsylvania. Of course, fast forward to 2010, Marcellus Shale, fracking, hydrofracking, and of course the Marcellus Shale is elevated in radium. And in fact, that's to put tools down there, sort of look and see where high signature is in the well logging, right? Natural gamma ray logs. But so of course all the Marcellus Shale, 400 million year old Devonian seabed, all the salts and stuff coming back has to be dealt with. And we started the oil industry, right? Drake's well, 1859. So we've been dealing with T-norm for many, many years, lots of sludge, tons of sludge. again, another hour plus talk. $1 million. We spent $1 million on a big T-norm study back in the 2015 timeframe. A lot of that's in the NCRP commentary 29. Okay, 10 minutes. I was just gonna say I got 10 minutes and I'm coming up on the end. This is where the good news starts to come in. So my next fun talk is gonna be, alchemy to atom bombs. So in a previous life in the 90s, I was a consultant to the Department of Energy, all the Tiger teams and such for about 8 years. And it's just, aside from the weapons and atomic weapons and such, which I thought this movie was very well done. When you think about the technology that came out of this effort, with the X10 pile, all the medical isotopes that started coming out, the cyclotrons that were being developed in the 30s, the isotopes that were produced in the late 30s, early 40s. This fellow, Dr. Saul Hertz, was working with MIT, did some of the first therapies, theranostics with iodine 128. And he sadly died rather young. I know his daughter, but some of the early work in nuclear medicine can be traced to Dr. Hertz. And then I can still remember we had an old Auger camera at Albany Medical Center. Basically sparks on paper, right? Thermal paper. When you think of where we are today with PET scanning, PET CT, not only anatomy, but we got physiology happening. We're able to diagnose and treat cancer. I'm a member of the Society of Nuclear Medicine. It just amazes me, the materials that have come into use. Lutetium-177, since I-130 was the big workhorse. Radium-223, a lot of alphas, a lot of energy, goes right, treating metastatics, not a cure, but treating metastatic cancer, prostate cancer and such. It's amazing, the technology. I not only remember the last, radium needles being used at Albany Med, we went to cesium, but now fast forward the 80s, we went to cesium brachytherapy, then to the iridium, the high dose rate brachytherapy, radium-192. Of course, the gamma knife, cobalt-60 gamma knives are out there, well logging, all sorts of great uses of radioactivity and radiation technology in medicine and industry. Again, it boggles my mind, in my career, where all of this has come over the years, from early radium bombs to the 50s, 60s with cobalt-60 coming out of Canada, to now, gamma, high energy gamma baryon accelerators, and today we've got conformal treatment where you've got leaves going in and out, and as the beam's rotating, you're shaping the beam so it's just treating the tumor volume. It's just incredible. I remember taking a course down, dosimetry course at MD Anderson years ago. They were just starting to look at this back in the late 70s, informal. And then the DOE reviews all this with the National Institute of Health. Just again, fabulous work that's being done. Proton therapy. I can still remember when I was up in Boston, I'd go to Harvard's colloquiums. They retreaded the research cyclotron. They were doing some of the early proton work up there in Cambridge. Then, of course, Mass General got their big machines. In UPenn put in a large cyclotron. It has 5 volts for therapy, and I think 1 volt for research. Lancaster General, now part of UPenn, just in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, just put in a proton cyclotron for therapy. What's next? Heavy ion research. You can look at Physics Today open access articles on heavy ions. You get that nice bragg peak with the heavy ions and protons. Superficial, we were talking about Grenz rays. I can still remember calibrating Grenz rays units at Albany Med in the mid-70s with mammography chambers. And now we have superficial back in the dermatology world. The brachytherapy, again, the radon seeds, the I-125 and palladium-103, and eye plaques. They do these eye plaques with the seeds in brachytherapy. And again, nice article by some folks we know in the Health Physics Society, Walsh and Gene. Good review of the legacy. Carbon therapy. 5 minutes left. I made it. Tell my wife. I don't know if she's watching. I doubt it. So, through all the history here, definitely some ill effects. The radium dial painters are a good example. But the development really from the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and where we've come just in modern science, post-war science and industry and medicine, lots of menace, lots of cleanups, and real impact on these radium dial painters, dozens of women, with their lives impacted and perhaps dead because of their work with radium dials. But I think overall, where all this, look at this arc of radium, Madame Curie's and Madame Curie to where we are today. I think we're more so on the miracle side of. Happy birthday, radium and polonium. '23 radium. Yep.
Up until that time, radiotherapeutics were considered palliative.
Right.
But there's some internal politics here. The oncology was always handled by medical oncologists.
Right.
And the radiotherapist would tell me, Orhan, we're just at the bottom, of the totem pole.
Yeah.
But when they subjected, it had been tested originally in Europe called alpha-radin. And so Figo, a bear, bear pushed through the approval at FDA. And the director of oncology was telling me, he said, first off, they did two things. They put it through the standard approval route. They weren't just looking at palliation, which is a legitimate indicator.
Sure.
They discovered that the overall survival that's used for all cancer therapeutics, this increased overall survival. It just happened to be an alpha emitter.
Right. Yep.
So I thought in my mind, this may be a marketing, and I was curious how long it would take. These things go slowly.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Oh,
but
gosh,
you've seen an awful lot of research with radiotherapeutics, alpha emitters. Beta emitters have been around. They've sort of been given a second look, but they're not any less effective necessarily. But there's been a lot of research, and it's ironic that it's radium.
Yeah. That's back to the future. Yeah.
And the other point I made was, and I say this all the time, radiation therapy is the most scientific cancer therapy.
Yep.
If you overdose by 10 or 20%, or if you underdose by 10 or 20%, you will see differences in clinical outcomes.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Whereas traditional cancer therapy, non-radiation, they basically using our maximum tolerance limits. And just recently, FDA is starting to say, you have to start dosing the non-radioactive stuff. So some of the concept of doses spinning over.
Yeah. Nice.
If they did radiotherapy like they did chemical chemotherapy, they would just give you a maximum tolerance dose.
Right. Yep.
Radiotherapeutically, and not worry about trying to fractionate it or getting it down.
Any other questions? Thanks, Orhan. Or online, or hopefully everybody heard me online. Probably close to zero. The question was, do I have a feel for the inventory in the US of radium-266? But I failed to mention in the 70s, EPA went around and was picking up all the radium sources. We kept one at Albany Med for a calibration source. We had NBS traceability on that source. So I think a lot of this went down. I think to Tennessee, it was conditioned, and I think it was disposed of. There may be a trench out there in Richland, which, they may be able to go back in. I mean, there's probably grams and grams of radium out there, because that is a big concern with producing the radium-223 is you need the radium-226. Yes, Ed.
Joe, give me the mic here. Yeah, just to follow up on that. Very early in my career at FDA in the Office of Health Physics, it was just after the FDA had paid to put a massive cask of radium in the ground at Hanford, and it contained multiple curies. At one point in my office, I had the whole inventory, and it was massive. We're talking probably 100 curies, maybe a little more. And it's all in one cask in the ground at Hanford
Up in Richland,
somewhere.
Yeah.
Up in Richland.
Do you know if that record's still in FDA, what went in there?
That record should
Well,
still exist in the FDA files. Now,
Well,
where it is in the
actually-
FDA files, I don't know.
Actually, where it should be is out at the disposal site. They
right.
they have that. If you know the approximate year, you could probably find. They probably know which trench it is. I can't tell you how many truckloads of depleted uranium scrap I sent from nuclear metals out to Richland. Been there.
It would be
Yeah.
somewhere between 80 and 85.
Right.
And
Yeah.
if I go through my souvenir
Yeah.
collection, I can probably,
Yeah. But probably grams. Yeah, grams and grams. So
it was
so-
multiple grams. It was a massive collection that was done all around the country.
Yeah. Yep.
And it was at some point, FDA, Office of Health Physics, CDRH under Vilforth, paid to
Condition it. And,
have it packed into this one massive type
Yep.
B cask
Yep.
and ship it across the country. I don't remember where. I think it was collected at the EPA facility down in Alabama.
okay.
Is
Gotcha.
where they
Yep.
would bring in the small stuff, and then it was packaged, and FDA paid to have this,
So if we've got any radium-223 producers out there watching,
yeah.
get a hold of Richland. Who runs the Richland?
There's a cask in the ground somewhere there
cask
that's
out-
got
I mean,
got a
You could-
bunch.
You could probably re-enter that if you knew, the record was probably approximate locations, you had the money to do it. Find that cask. Yeah. Done.
There's one question
Yeah, yeah.
online. It's from Mike Wangler. And he asked, do you have any comments or anecdotes from the 1976, and forgive me, it's NENY chapter? Is that
New York.
New England, New York, or Northeast New York?
Yeah.
Mid-year topical on environmental radioactivity?
So what was the question?
So it's, do you have any comments or anecdotes from the 1976 New York
Yep.
chapter, mid-year topical on environmental radioactivity?
So hi, Mike. How are you? Old buddy from Albany. To answer your question, Mike, no, I wasn't at that topical meeting. I think there was a proceedings out there. And that, so I'm sure the proceedings it could be had. It should be in our archives down at UT Knoxville, which I'm trying to get in touch with right now. But I know that proceedings is out there. But what I would say, what I do know, Saratoga Springs, there are several hot springs, and I've collected all the postcards around the country. They were called radium springs. In fact, the one in Banff is still radium spring. When it was good to drink and bathe in radium, Saratoga had relatively high radium levels, I believe, up at, it's the only two naturally carbonated hot springs, Saratoga and Montrose, Colorado, I think it is the other one. Yeah, anyway. Radium Springs. Sorry, Mike, I don't have anything, but I would like to get a hold of that proceedings. Hopefully we can find it and digitize it. Questions? Yes.
As you were talking, I was remembering my early life. When I started in Philadelphia at Jefferson,
Yep.
they were using radon seeds for treatment, and I used to do the dosimetry.
Yep.
And then you met Bob Gorson.
Yep.
One of the anecdotes that he explained is that when he started doing surveys for radium, he found a needle under the chairman of the Department of Radiotherapy in Penn. So I always
A radium seed under the chairman's desk?
a needle, yeah, a needle, yes.
How long did he sit there? I wonder.
Well, that is unknown. When it
Yeah,
was
we-
put, it's unknown. But really what I wanted to say about the radium-226, when I was working at PAHO 20 years ago, I went around all the countries that didn't have any radioprotection infrastructure, and I took the radium-226 orphan sources that were everywhere, and you can read it in the Story of the Radiological Health Program of PAHO in the web. And I brought them back to the United States.
Okay.
NSSI, Nuclear Sources and Services, brought them back. So there is somewhere in our...
Hopefully disposed of.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
they made sure they were properly disposed.
yeah.
But what I'm saying is that in these repositories,
Yeah.
there must be a lot of radium-226.
Yeah,
That's
I've
the point I wanted to make.
run into some radium in some of my country work for the IAEA. Yeah, there's still lots of radium out there. I think we're almost a couple minutes over.
We have one more, that's okay.
Okay.
We'll take one more. You, sir?
Lots of good questions.
I haven't looked into this for about a year or so, but I believe controlled quantity of radium-226 by NRC is on the order of a milligram. And the reason for that is not so much radium-226 concerns, but it's the radon-222. I believe they, if you want to purchase it from DOE, has to come in a sealed source.
Okay.
That guarantees non-leakage. And I don't know if there were all kind of hoops you could jump through if you want to actually irradiate it, you know, and
Right.
you had to ensure that you had the proper radon
Okay.
222 ventilation.
Okay.
Is that
Well,
correct?
the sealed sources, it takes several days. Radon's got a 3.8 half-life, so times 10. So it takes a little over a month for the radon to grow in and all the short-lived decay products under radon 222. So that's when you seal up a radium source, you wait for that ingrowth, so then you could use it for your brachytherapy or whatever, industrial radiography. But yeah, I'm not sure if anybody's producing radium-226 sources these days, but that would be a concern if it was unsealed. Then you really worry about other things. In fact, I've seen, they used to use these things in switching stations in Troy, New York. Early on in my career, some colleagues of mine actually had decontaminated an AT&T building where the switching station had all these electronic tubes fell over. I think each had like a 15 microcurie, tube in them. They had hundreds of these tubes. They had decontaminated this old building. Yeah. Okay, well, folks, thanks.
Dave,
Hey,
one more,
John, one
we've
more-
talked about a number of records and superlatives, and Armin, who's watching remotely,
Hey, Armin.
noted that this might be a record for the largest slide deck ever presented at any HPS meeting. Do you know how many gigs it is?
So, no, size-wise, it's only 34.
34 gigs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so meg, yeah, thanks. 34 megs. So Armin, hi Armin. So I got the Gigabyte Award at the 08 meeting in Pittsburgh, at national meeting. We did a history session before I learned how to flatten out PowerPoint. I think that was like 100 or 200. And Chris Martell, my buddy Chris from Arthur D. Little, gave me the Gigabyte Award. It's probably a record for number of slides, though, Armin. And what I was going to say, folks, is I've got a few artifacts, some old medallions, and some photos, some original postcards of Madame Curie and her husband. And anyways, pop up, take a look. I'm going to be here through lunch. I've got to leave. My wife and I have an engagement tonight, so I have to leave. But I have a link. Mike got me a link. I'm going to listen in on the way up to the Central PA. Thanks for your attention.
Thanks, Dave, again for a very entertaining presentation. Thank you. All right, so
another record.
we're on for lunch now. I believe it should be set up back there. It's buffet style. So we're having lunch until 1:15. Feel free, bring your food back. We can continue into the afternoon session.
Grab it for all.
I'm getting the Play the first one. Right. Here. No, I don't want that. I told you. I want, look, sorry. I want a mirror image. I don't want those. Because otherwise it won't show. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so welcome back for our afternoon session. We're going to start off with a brief presentation by our affiliates director, Cari Boras, who's going to cover some of the activities of some of our affiliates. Cari?
Good afternoon. Most of my affiliates to whom I sent a letter inviting them to whom I sent a letter inviting. I knew it was going to be a short presentation, not that short. I have a thing here, but it doesn't, I don't think it works. Want to talk with this one? I am happy to talk with this one.
All right, everybody cover your ears. I'm gonna do this one more time.
See if I can, I have to turn this.
You can probably leave it on the podium and think about.
I started saying that I wrote a letter to all the affiliates, and I thought it was a very nice letter. Actually, ChatGPT wrote the letter, in case you want to know. It really became a lovely letter. Brian congratulated me. I did ask the executive committee, should I really send this very, very nice letter? And they all said, yes, yes. So I sent a letter, but I'm inviting them to have a presentation, to have some products or services exhibited here. Unfortunately, we had sent the announcement too late. So they have asked that please next year, we just tell them the day, not the program, but the day. And so at least I will try to do so. 3 of them sent me some information. And so I thought I would share with you whatever I have gotten. First, as you see here, this comes from our website. And notice that some of the names have changed because people do change. So Atlantic Nuclear Corporation has John Anderson. He is very active in our chapter, as I understand it. And we have these other ones. And between Brian and I are trying to figure out who has paid, who hasn't. And also in one of my previous reports to the executive chapter, I had explained that during the AAPM meeting, I visited all the exhibitors that could have some product or service of interest to us, and I tried to convince them to join us. So far, I haven't succeeded, but I haven't given up. Those of you who know me know that I'm persistent. So I got from Rotunda Scientific Technologies this very nice slide. I can give this to you afterwards. You just scan that, or you can go to their website, but you will see the very nice description on what products they have, for extremity dosimetry, lap and field dosimetry. They have neutron detectors. And I was very impressed with the single channel and multi-channel analyzers. And if I understand the slide correctly, this is a penny, isn't it? You think this is a penny? So this is a very small device. I'm really very impressed. So I suggest that, you go and look at not just him, but all the others. I was also asked by RSO, again, there was a conflict that they couldn't come, to remind you that the company was founded by the late Dan Koch, and that precisely on the 4th of April, it celebrated the 50th year anniversary. And finally, I got from Atlantic Nuclear, that I said is very active in the chapter. They said, oh, just, yes, we want to present something. Just go to our website and pick up a slide. Well, the website has thousands of slides from them. So, which are all very good. I suggest you look at all of them. So, in order to have respect to the other people, I just selected one on products, which it shows instrumentation, iodine hoods, shielding, accessories, air sampling, sources, air pollution for the ozone monitoring, and then some of their services, which include calibration, repair, and installation. So again, I suggested that you look at their website and you get all the information. The affiliates are very important to our chapter. I really beg you to interact with them as much as possible and try to convince them to be more active in our annual meeting. Thank you very much. Right? You're going to talk. Huh? Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much, Cari. We appreciate that report. And as you said, the care and feeding of our affiliates is very important to us. And hopefully we'll get back to a time when we have, well-attended in-person meetings where they can come and set up their displays as we've seen in the past. So next, I want to give the mic very quickly to Ed Tupin, who wants to share some updates and information regarding the Savannah.
Thank you. I'm going to stick on my other hat, literally and figuratively, and that is to issue an invitation to all of you to come up to visit the NS Savannah, which is currently berthed into Baltimore Harbor. Excellent view of the wreck of the Key Bridge, by the way, from the deck of the Savannah. Sunday, May 19th, is National Maritime Day. The Savannah will have open house tours. You can tour the ship, jump around. I will be there serving as one of the many tour guides there. So it's 10 to 4. So please come. It may be your only chance and the only place in the country where you can walk into a reactor containment and see the actual steam generators still in place. So please come join us. Thank you.
So just for those folks who are on the Zoom call, there was a question whether a reservation was needed to attend, and Ed informed us, no, there is not. It's open house. All right. So now moving back into our technical presentations, our next speaker is Dan Blumenthal. And I've had the great pleasure of working with Dan for 15 years or so, mostly, of course, in radiological emergency preparedness. We worked very closely together during the Fukushima Daiichi disaster, among other things, with all of our DOE counterparts and our interagency partners. And so Dan spent a large part of his career at DOE, but he also has experience with at DHS and has a lot of expertise in nuclear instrumentation for emergency preparedness. But over the last couple years, he's taken a little bit of a detour, and he's going to share his perspective on his recent activities in the world of diplomacy. So Dan? And Dan doesn't have any slides for his presentation. You also want to speak. This is for the Zoom.
It's for that? Okay, can people hear me online? Okay. And which is the one for here, this one? Oh, can everyone hear me okay? Okay. So this is not a technical talk, although I'll mention some cool technical things that I, got to do while I was overseas. So as Ed said, I've been at DOE since 2009. But for the last 3 years, instead of working at headquarters, I was assigned to be Department of Energy attaché first in Israel for 2 years, and then most recently in Islamabad, Pakistan for the last year. So I went straight from Israel for 2 years to Pakistan for another year, which that in alone is an interesting contrast. So, most of, and DOE has attachés in about 19 posts around the world. Some are covering nuclear security, non-proliferation topics. Some are covering mostly energy topics. Some cover both, like I did in Israel and Pakistan. And the mix depends on the country, what we have going on. And most of our attachés are more foreign affairs specialist backgrounds, international relations. Certainly no other HPs and not many scientists either. So sometimes I would tell people I was just a scientist, like trying to pretend I was a diplomat. And then sometimes in the diplomatic world, people aren't really sure what to make of a scientist because, the people are, non-technical. So in some ways it helps because they turn to scientists for help on certain topics. In an embassy, most people focus on there's economics, and there's a whole section dealing with the economics of the country they're in and politics. And then there's other agencies like FBI, USDA, USAID, and then DOE in a few places. And then one person that I interact with a lot is there's one officer, it's kind of a catch-all called Environment, Science, Technology, and Health. So the State Department combined all those functions in one person, or maybe a couple of people at some big embassies. And typically, I mean, those people are not scientists. When I was in Israel, the person who was covering that function, by his background, he was an urban planner. So he was really happy to have someone from DOE, especially after I briefed what DOE does and all the science we do, our 17 national labs, and the fact that our science R&D budget was bigger than NSF's. So that was one example of them really liking having a scientist around. And then other places that opened doors were like if we would go visit startup companies in Israel, there's a lot of high-tech startup in the clean energy world, cyber AI, even though I don't know anything about cyber AI, as a scientist, I can pretend I do. At least I know some of the words, and it's not complete Greek. So all these startups, some of them are actually created by professors at the major research universities. And they liked having someone that they could talk to and show their lab and show all the cool widgets and things they're working on. So it definitely opened doors in meeting a lot of counterparts. Worked a lot in Israel with the Financial Science Foundation there, and then a couple other foundations, and they liked working with somebody with a scientific background. That said, most people don't know what the hell a health physicist is. In fact, when I tried to make my business cards for Israel, on the flip side, they would put everything in Hebrew. So, I had to have someone figure out how to translate Department of Energy, and we just use the same word that they use for the Ministry of Energy. But then, and then after the name, it says, CHP. like they couldn't figure out how to do that. So they said, like, nobody will understand this here. So my local staff said, just don't put that on the Hebrew side of your card. It won't make any sense to anyone here. So that was kind of interesting. But but there is a robust health physics community in Israel. I'll talk about that in a second. So anyway, I said 2 years in Israel, where I stood up our small office, which was me and a local staff. And then in Pakistan, it was just me and a local staff. But UE has been there for like 20 years. So I'll just talk about some interesting anecdotes in Israel with health physics nexus, and then I'll talk about a smaller number in Pakistan. So as everyone knows, Israel is very small, and it's a very small community also. Everybody knows everybody, and a lot of people have connections to the US. Like the chief scientist of the Ministry of Energy there got his PhD in particle physics at Stanford. And a lot of professors I met did their postdocs at DOE National Labs and still go there for sabbaticals. So there's a strong connection. And then I met with and worked with some of the accelerator staff at their new superconducting LINAC at the SUREC research facility that's funded by their Atomic Energy Commission. And a bunch of them had done exchanges and postdocs at Argonne National Lab, where I did a postdoc. So it's a really small community. And one example of how small it is, everyone serves in the military there. And so someone at the Atomic Energy Commission said when he started, he enlisted or shows up, and they take everyone in the room and they break them up into pairs. And then they say, okay, you have 5 minutes to figure out some mutual connection between the two of you. And like in the US, that might be a lot harder. But in Israel, every person in the room could find some mutual connection just within 5 minutes that they knew each other, whether it's family or work or something like that. So I thought that's pretty amazing. And then so since it is so small, when they have their, they call it nuclear society. So they have what's the equivalent of the American Nuclear Society and the Health Physics Society. So they're separate societies, but they work hand in hand. So when they have their annual meeting, be like taking the ANS annual meeting and the Health Physics annual meeting and combining them and doing it only once every 2 years. Because if they try doing separate meetings every year, they'd probably have this many people show up for an international meeting. So fortuitously, it was, they had broken for COVID and had to postpone it. But during my 2 years there, I got to go for the 30th annual joint meeting of the Nuclear Societies of Israel. And they had a lot of international participation. There were some speakers from Oak Ridge National Lab who were nuclear engineer types. Also had some radiation protection people. So it was interesting. And they have a very active research community, academics, medical community, like the radiation protection people. There was a lot of people in that area. There's a lot of discussion about regulatory challenges. So it's the same topics we would talk about here. So when we at the meeting, they talked about radiation protection. There are a lot of talks on radiation medicine, dosimetry. They even talked about emergency planning and assessment. So that was kind of cool. And then on the nuclear energy side, so the ANS side, they talked about energy. They talked about nuclear forensics. There's also some talk about radiation detection. And then between the two societies, they had some cross-cutting topics. Artificial intelligence is really big in Israel. Back there, they have the third largest number of AI startups in the world, second behind the US and China, not per capita, but absolute, which is pretty impressive. There was also a lot of talk about modeling, and I'll give you one example that I thought was pretty fascinating. And so on the radiation protection side, it was interesting to hear them talk about the challenges and regulations. Technology and other things are ahead of the regulatory capacity which is just like in the US. I thought, it's the same exact challenges. So all the innovations that we have on the technical side outpace the regulatory ability to keep up. It's similar to what's going on in the clean energy sector there. That's why all these clean energy startups are trying to market stuff in the US, because like the market doesn't work for them at home. A, it's small, and B, the regulations are a challenge. And then, so one example on the Nuclear Society side on modeling was Ministry of Energy's chief scientist is really big on pursuing small modular reactors. Even though, so Israel, there's a lot of sun, but they don't have a lot of space. They have a lot of natural gas reserves in the Med that they've discovered and are using, but the chief scientist was looking decade down the road, realizing that's going to run out, and that's not pretty, net zero friendly, because they want to be net zero in 2050, just like so many other countries. So he was looking ahead to like, okay, maybe we should pursue civil nuclear energy. So there's a lot of hangups with them pursuing it. There's a lot of things you can imagine, but coming out with regulatory frameworks and citing where do you put them in a small country. But one thing that also comes up, and I'm sure you can imagine this, is vulnerability. Everyone worries about vulnerability even of gas pipelines and other things to rocket attacks and other terrorist attacks. So he funded the Ben Gurion University of the Negev to do a modeling study, where they took the NuScale reactor design because it's easily available, and they configured it, subsurface, buried, different configurations, and they studied its vulnerability to rocket attacks, everyday occurrence there. Because people say, oh, you can't put reactors in Israel, that would be too dangerous. So he figured, well, instead of just claiming that, let's do the science. And they found in a lot of configurations where they put them like just below the surface, that would not be a good idea in Israel. But they found some, of their configurations that would be less vulnerable to rocket attacks. And I don't know if it got published, but they were planning on, they had submitted for publication when I was still there. And who knows if it got published, but some journal somewhere, there's a study by Ben Gurion University about SMR reactor vulnerability to rocket attacks. So I thought that was a pretty cool application of, our radiation protection science. And then, let's see, there's that one. So yes, I said that was the Ministry of Energy doing that. And on the Pakistan side, they don't have the same culture of innovation, but they do have a really strong history of nuclear safety and security, going back to the Atoms for Peace program. And that's when they started getting, nuclear savvy for lots of reasons. But they have a very strong culture of nuclear safety. And we had a tour of their nuclear regulatory authorities training center and emergency operations center. And they have an amazing training center. They train reactor operators, like initial training for the reactor operators that would operate their civilian nuclear power plants. They're in 2 locations, and a total of 7 operating units right now. And pretty modern. So control room has a bunch of flat screens all over the place. So that way, instead of having physical knobs and dials, which you'd have to have different ones for every kind of reactor, so it's just for initial training, they basically have these flat screens simulate all those knobs and dials they would get in different reactor control rooms. They do this initial training. They also have mock-ups of all the physical security you get at nuclear facilities, the microwave sensors and vibration sensors in fences, and they have all these interlocks. And so a way to train the people at the plants, security forces and the managers and even leaders to understand the protection at all these facilities. So, and they do a lot of training for the IAEA. So IAEA sponsors multilateral training, and this Pakistan Nuclear Safety Institute hosts it. And they also do things bilaterally with other countries that are, getting into civil nuclear energy and need to train up their staff. So they do a lot of that. And they also had this brand new emergency operations center, which you know, not exciting. It's a room with a bunch of screens, right? But just like any operations center here, they also had, you know, separate teams. Like if you go to DOE or EPA, there's the people that would do assessment, there's the people that would do the messaging, and so they have all the different skill sets needed to respond to some accident or incident with one of their thousands of licensees, whether it's a hospital or nuclear power plants or any licensee in the country. So a lot of parallels there, which also, I mean, people in Pakistan, a lot of them are educated in the US, so not surprising that they do things in a similar way to us, just like the Israelis do things in a similar way to what we do here. So there's just some of the examples of like when I got to wear my health physics hat. I mean, most of the time it's talking to people, coordinating agreements, technical exchanges, things like that. So not actually doing health physics very much, but when I saw health physics out in the wild, it was like, oh, let me see what's going on and learn something and maybe see if there's a connection that can be made, since that's a lot of what an attaché does, is try and make connections. It's kind of like being a consultant with, you know, our headquarters programs back home. Another example in Israel was speaking to the National Water Company. They do a lot of R&D. How do you treat wastewater? Because Israel recycles 85% of its wastewater, and then they use it for agriculture. So they're looking for new ways to treat it, and it turned out DOE, in its Office of Non-Proliferation, has some initiatives to use accelerators for various applications to replace, you know, radioactive material. And they have one application to treat wastewater with electron beams from accelerators. And so I connected our office with the water company, and they could do a pilot where they could install something at their waste treatment plant and look at the efficacy of scaling up this electron beam concept to, you know, at scale. So that's another cool application of, you know, scientist background serving as an attaché. So there's some examples, and happy to take questions.
Yeah, sorry if I missed this in the first part of your talk, but did you have like a joint appointment with state?
No.
No.
So the way it works is DOE has, you get hired into this position and you just happen to be posted overseas. Other agencies like FBI, Department of Commerce, all these people have attachés. So an attaché just means you're a representative of your department, but you're based at a particular embassy. So it even confused DOE headquarters people when I would come back for meetings every 6 months. They would think, oh, we have to like do visitor paperwork for you. It's like, no, I'm a DOE headquarters employee. I just happen to be living overseas representing the department. It's no different from like being at a field office as a DOE person. You just happen to be living 7 time zones away.
And follow up, did you have much in the way of briefing before you went over? Did you have to learn language, especially when you?
Oh, yeah, well, there's lots of, you know, preparation, learning what DOE does. Like, it's one thing to know broadly DOE's big into, you know, learning what all its programs are, whether it's nuclear energy, renewable energy, fossil energy, but then taking time to work with all the program offices to learn what you do in that specific country. You know, what do they care about? We have some binational research agreements with Israel as an example, so learning all that, as well as other briefings to prepare for, you know, whatever the threats are or concerns. As far as language goes, for a lot of countries, well, the State Department is more organized in that respect, but I didn't take any language training before, is in Israel. At least at the professional level, I mean, everyone speaks English very well. And I never would have been able to learn enough Hebrew to, talk to the chief scientist of the Ministry of Energy on programs we're working on. So I studied Hebrew while I was there just so I could go to the market and know how much to pay and what to buy. And then in Pakistan, everything is in English. Like, it's interesting, all the road signs are in English. So English is pretty much an official language over there. You go to websites, government documents are all in English. In fact, it's more so than in Israel. You go to Israel, like the Ministry of Energy webpage, it takes a long time for things to get translated into English, and sometimes they don't even bother. Like for tenders for bidding on solar energy projects, oftentimes they don't even translate them from Hebrew into English for international bidders. And that was a concern when we were over there. But in Pakistan, everything that's going to be public or disseminated is just in English from the beginning.
Any other questions? Who's that? Oh, no.
Thank you. Great talk. I appreciate the information. The question that I had is for Pakistan. They have nuclear reactors. How many do they typically have? How old are they? Are they looking to transition to newer reactors? And are they looking to the United States or other foreign?
So right now they have two sites, one down south near Karachi and one sort of up north. And I think there's like 7 operating units. So like 4 at one, 3 at the other. And the current ones, they're all Chinese, bought from the Chinese. They had their original reactor was a Canadian reactor, but that's got decommissioned. So right now, all the operating ones are Chinese. And there's a whole initiative between Pakistan and China for cooperation and infrastructure. But they basically are buying things from the Chinese and then paying at very high interest rates. So there's a lot of economic challenges in Pakistan. They'd love to have more reactors. In fact, they just broke ground when I was there on one more. They had a ribbon. The Minister of Energy got out or the Prime Minister got out the shovel. Whether it goes anywhere on the time frame of like 7 years, no one knows. They have aspirations towards a lot more nuclear energy, but they don't have the funding. In fact, way back, they wanted like dozens of nuclear reactors because they have the skills, they have the expertise, but they just don't have the money and the wherewithal to do it. And as far as design, so it's, I guess, whatever China is willing to sell them. The US is not selling any civil nuclear technology to Pakistan for obvious reasons. They try not to do things with people who haven't signed the non-proliferation treaty. That was one of the challenges with Israel. Even though we're friends, they haven't signed that. So.
Any other questions? All right, well, let's thank Stan for his.
All right, thanks.
All right. Thanks, Stan. All right, our next speaker is Cato Milder. And let me get the slides up here. This. And just a hint, he did used to work at NASA as well. So hang on tight. Going to talk to us about space radiation.
Thank you so much for that. I'm very excited to be here. And just to clarify, I'm a postdoc fellow at the National Cancer Institute. I've been there for almost 2 years. Before that, I have been in this field for a little over 10 years now, which is strange to say. I started off at the Radiation Effects Research Foundation in Hiroshima before going to NASA. I spent 2 years at NASA full-time, then transitioned to part-time while I did my PhD at Vanderbilt, working with Million Person Study, John Boyce's group. And when I finished up my PhD, came out here to do my postdoc. So that's where all the radiation stuff comes from. But we can get on to the space now with this title, Space Radiation, It's Everywhere You Want to Be. And I want to start by asking, why do we care about space radiation? And the question I want to focus in on is, what do differences between radiation on Earth and radiation in space mean for health effects in humans? And in a room full of health physicists, you might be going, oh, wow, health effects. I'm an epidemiologist by training. And so that's what we're going to tie this all into. And this is basically a repeat of the talk at the EPA. So I'm sorry for those of you getting essentially the same lecture. When you're talking about health effects, it's important to actually bring up the health effects that you're looking at. And these are in vague order of importance and impact, in that you want to prevent acute radiation syndrome at all costs. There's certain ways that could happen in space, and we'll talk about where those might come from. Most of the regulations for NASA really come from cancer risks, and those drive most of the limits. Below that, we have what NASA lovingly calls degen, or degenerative effects, which is kind of a funky term that is used to summarize any kind of aging-related effects that are not cancer or neurological disorders. We know radiation can cause heart disease. We know radiation can cause cataracts. So that's basically what degen means. And then neurological effects are one of those big maybes. We know that they can happen at high doses, really high doses. We know that they do happen with radiotherapy doses. But what about long-term chronic radiation? Some evidence maybe. So there's the question mark there. Now we can talk about what actually impacts these health effects. So here on the left, you have radiation quality, as more or less summarized by the concept of linear energy transfer. You have dose, and you have dose rate. This is a room full of health physicists. So I'm assuming people are familiar with LET. I'm going to walk through it quickly just in case, because this is an incredibly important concept for space. So here you have a picture of your DNA. That's that double helix in the middle of that diagram. And you have low linear energy transfer on the left, high linear energy transfer on the right, where linear energy transfer refers to the concept of energy from radiation that is transferred to the target, received by the target, in this case, human tissue, over a distance traveled. And the higher the linear energy transfer, the more energy is going to be received by that target. And what this ends up causing is also a density of damage. So that low LET box is also called sparsely ionizing radiation. That high LET box is also densely ionizing radiation. And you can see the difference between the sparse damage clusters versus the tracts of damage. And we like to think of this as the Shar-Pei with a bow and arrow versus this pug in a tank. So the Shar-Pei pulls back on its sparsely ionizing low linear energy transfer radiation. Whang, the arrows go everywhere, you get this sparse damage. Whereas this pug shoots its cannonball, you get a direct line of damage through the tissue, through the DNA. And what's cool about this LET concept is that you can actually visualize it in the nucleus of the cell. So this is gamma H2AX stained nucleuses, yes. And there's 3 pictures here. The top 2 are high LET. This is from a paper that I have stolen from with the reference down there. And then the bottom is your low LET sparsely ionizing radiation. And you can see from that low LET radiation, the DNA damage and little dots around the nucleus. And you can see the actual track structure visualized in the nucleus from the high LET densely ionizing radiation. Then you've got the concept of dose below that. We measure dose in gray and sieverts, you're all familiar. In space radiation, what's really important is knowing that you're never just going to be talking about gray. You're going to be talking about weighted gray or sieverts, because you always have multiple different types of radiation that you're weighting and comparing back to photons, because that's what we have the most evidence for health effects. And then dose rate, concept of how quickly and in what fractions do you receive your total dose. Radiation on Earth is mostly low linear energy transfer radiation. There's a lot of photons. This is high energy light, and this is mostly X-rays and gamma rays. There is limited high LET radiation. Of course, radioactive decay, you've got your uranium, you've got your plutonium, you've got whatever else you got sitting around. There's remnants of space radiation that come in. The magnetosphere around the Earth does a great job of protecting us from most of that, but some comes in. And actually in the workplace that I had at NASA, we had this little monitor that somebody had set up next to these TVs, and it measured all the pions and muons coming into the building from space, from cosmic radiation. So you could see them on this little ticker that was on our TV set. Slowly over the course of however long it was, a few weeks, months before somebody reset it and it started all over again. And then there's intakes from radionuclides and radioactive materials. And this is mostly alpha, beta, gamma internal exposures. The sources of radiation on Earth, you got your natural sources, you got your naturally occurring uranium, et cetera, that's in the ground, and then your cosmic radiation, medical diagnostics and treatment, and then your artificially produced radiation that includes medical radiation, could be the result of nuclear plants, et cetera. What's notable about radiation on Earth, here's your typical shielding diagram, is that you can shield from it in most situations. You get your lead apron that very effectively stops photons from interacting with human skin. This is shieldable, which contrasts directly with space radiation. Incredibly hard to shield, and that's because this is mostly high LET particle radiation. Fully charged atomic nuclei. You picture the periodic table of the elements, everything on it, stripped of all its electrons, hurtling through space at approximately the speed of light. These are light and heavy weighted ions, and they do deposit that energy along those tracks, that densely ionizing high LET radiation. The composition and energies of space radiation depend on their source. You've got the three sources listed here, and we'll go through each of them. First is trapped radiation. I talked a bit about the magnetosphere earlier. These are the Van Allen belts that surround the Earth. The inner belt is mostly made of protons, outer belt of electrons. And you can see that these horns, we call them horns, at the very top and at the very bottom of this outer electron belt dip in towards the top and bottom of the Earth near the poles. You can see them. Okay, there they are, right here. And this is where you get the best view of auroras, because this is a distortion of the Earth's magnetosphere. So when there is solar weather, that's where you see the auroras come from. And that's why they're easier to see in the poles, unless those get pulled down lower when you have a huge amount of geomagnetic storming. At those areas, you might get a dose of electrons closer into Earth. So if you're in low Earth orbit, such as on the International Space Station, going around there, you're going to get a higher dose when you go through those horns. The other thing about the Earth is that the magnetic axis and the rotational axis are a little bit off from each other. And because of that, you get this dip in where that arrow is in the bottom of that figure, called the South Atlantic anomaly. And this is where you get a higher dose of protons lower down than you normally would from trapped radiation. And because of that, you can see that when somebody is on station, you get this little sinusoidal curve at the bottom of that figure that represents when you're going into the poles. And then the big peaks are when they go through the South Atlantic anomaly in their trajectory around the Earth. Another time you would get trapped radiation exposure is when you're taking off and coming back to Earth, because you're going through those belts of trapped radiation. This is not a huge component of space radiation, but it's still important to consider. Then we have the sun. You may all be familiar with it. It is a large rotating ball of plasma, readily viewable from the Earth if you have special glasses. The sun has weather, just like the Earth does. And the weather changes over an 11-year solar cycle. You can see here. You head up to the top where you get more solar activity. This is solar max. And then you go into solar min when you get less solar activity. And the more solar activity you have, the more sunspots you have. You can see in these pictures, these are viewable with technology. And actually, I got to see a little bit of solar weather. We're in solar max right now, or right around there. And I went to see the eclipse in Texas, had my little eclipse glasses, and in the bottom corner, I could see a little bit of a solar protrusion, which was very cool for me. Maybe some of y'all got to see that too. These migrate with the sun's rotation, and they store magnetic energy. And they release energy in what's called solar events. So I think everybody's heard of solar flares. This is a big oversimplification of solar weather that gets a lot of media attention. This really only refers to big X-ray flares. Well, we can shield from X-rays. These are absolutely not a problem for human health. They might mess with the electrical grid. That's different. We don't have to worry about that when we're protecting human health on station. Then there's coronal mass ejections and solar particle events. In a CME, in a coronal mass ejection, you have this distortion of the magnetic field on the sun, and some of that blips out. And when that's a big enough event, you get a release of protons. This is a solar particle event. This is what we worry about. These protons come out across the energy spectrum. At low energies, we can shield from them. At higher energies, not so much. And so at that point, you have to start taking actions, telling astronauts they need to head to higher areas of shielding on station or whatever vehicle they're in. They might have to reconfigure their spaceship that they're in. So we worry about protons. In big proton events, you could get a high enough dose to get acute radiation syndrome. This has never happened while astronauts have been in space, and there are mitigations in place for those events. But what's cool about these slides is we get to see some solar weather. So here are some solar particle events. You see the release of energy from the sun. And then you can see when it hits the camera, you'll get a little bit of distortion from the radiation actually hitting the technology there. And I think there's one more here in blue. So it looks pretty cool to visualize, if nothing else. And then there's the third source of radiation in space, galactic cosmic rays, galactic cosmic radiation, GCR. This is where we get to that periodic table again, to those ions stripped of all of their electrons hurtling through space. We think that these come from black holes, from dying stars, and that they release this energy that goes throughout the universe. That means it is omnipresent. It is truly surrounding astronauts. There's no area where they're being hit from radiation like you would see if you were at a nuclear facility or in a medical scenario. They're getting hit from all sides. And this is mostly protons, just like what we saw with solar events. But there's also quite a bit of helium, and then very small amounts of those particles up the rest of the periodic table. But we go back to the concept of LET. And this is where you get the more damaging radiation. The higher up in LET you go, the more physical damage we think it probably causes. Animal models seem to agree. And so even though you don't have as much to worry about of things like iron, it might cause more damage. This is penetrating radiation, which creates a huge shielding challenge. Because if you're shielding with something like lead, which you cannot do in space, your radiation is going to interact with the lead, and you're going to get neutrons, you're going to get other radiation, you're going to actually have more radiation than you started with. And so right now, mostly we control this with time spent in space. There's also something to be said for the solar cycle here, because the magnetic field of the sun is more active during solar max. So this actually protects you from GCR. Whereas in solar minimum, even though you're less likely to have a big solar event, more GCR gets in. So astronauts tend to have higher doses at solar minimum, which is sort of counterintuitive. So going back to this, what impacts radiation health effects? Let's talk about each of these in terms of how it actually informs our decisions. But first, we go back to LET. Terrestrial radiation quality, mostly low LET. External exposures consist mostly of photons with only some high LET radiation. And internal exposures are a bit mixed. We can shield from this. And it's considered probably less damaging in most situations. Space radiation, mostly high LET, and really entirely external exposures. You can send a radiation source to space, and then theoretically somebody could go and lick it. Please don't do that if you go to space. But otherwise, you're not, this is all external radiation. And because it's that hard to shield particle radiation, and some neutrons, those don't occur naturally in space, it's only from interactions with spacecraft, you do end up with probably higher biological effects. Next, we have dose. Terrestrial doses. The background radiation exposure in the US is around 6 millisieverts per year. You've got the nice picture of the Capitol with the higher doses from all the granite. Depends on where you are, depends on your elevation, depends on background radiation, depends on a bunch of things, but right around 6 millisieverts per year. About 3 of that is naturally occurring. A bunch of this comes from radon in homes. And about 3 of that is from medical exposures. And since the 1980s, 1990s, when CT scans really started gaining in popularity, that's when it caught up to the natural amount of radiation. And hopefully some of it starts to decrease in the years to come now that we know to avoid excess CT exposures. In space, your dose is highly dependent on mission parameters. Biggest one is the length of the mission. You only spend a few days in space, you go around the Earth, you come back, your doses are very small. You spend a year on the International Space Station, the bigger dose. You go to Mars, bigger dose. And here is a diagram. Astronauts on the bottom, just single astronauts, and then their mission doses are on the y-axis there. And you can see the tiny little doses, this is millisieverts, the tiny little doses that were received by Mercury and Gemini astronauts in those first missions. Apollo and Shuttle, you start to get a bit more, but you don't really see doses exceeding the radiation worker limits on Earth until you get to more recent missions that are 3, 6 year-long missions, 3 and 6 months and year-long missions. And you might look up there and look at that expected Mars mission, hasn't been done, but an expected Mars mission is about 1,000 millisieverts, about a sievert. And that's a problem that we will get to. And then the last thing is dose rate. Terrestrial dose rates depend on your exposure characteristics. Acute exposures can happen from medical treatment, nuclear weapons detonation, a nuclear accident, maybe you're on site at the time of the Chernobyl accident. It's going to be a large acute dose. You can also have small acute doses. Maybe you get 1 CT scan, you get your whole dose in a small amount of time, you're done. Chronic and fractionated exposures occur in occupational settings. If you're a nuclear worker, you're on site, you're getting your dose slowly over time, over years. It's also sort of fractionated because you come home at night and then you go back to the workplace. You can have major fractionated exposures from radiotherapy, et cetera. Go in, get a huge honking chunk of radiation, you leave, you come back, you get more of your dose. And you can have multiple diagnostic radiation exposures over time. You also have a long chronic dose if you're in a high background area. Space radiation dose rate is also highly dependent on your scenario, your mission parameters and solar cycle in this situation. Acute exposures can come from solar particle events. If you have a major proton event, this could cause an acute exposure. This is something to keep in mind. Chronic exposures are the meat and bones of space radiation exposure in astronauts. This is because your galactic cosmic radiation is truly chronic. It is consistent, it is coming at all times. Your magnitude of it might change, but you're going to continue being exposed to it. And you, unlike a nuclear worker, do not go home at night. That would be difficult to do from space. So you're spending that whole time, whatever your mission length is, exposed to chronic radiation from GCR. And you can have fractionated exposures too. For instance, from trapped radiation. If you're in orbit, you're going through that South Atlantic anomaly every once in a while. So you can get all of these, mostly chronic radiation. Let's talk about this in terms of challenges to understanding the space radiation effects on human health. Now we bring it to the epidemiology. This is a limited cohort. We have limited observed outcomes in our astronauts. This is because it's a very small, unique cohort. How many of us actually have astronaut friends? Really common job, right? Yeah, everybody's an astronaut. There's so few. There's 500 total approximately. It's also a relatively young cohort. People didn't start going into space until the 1950s. So we haven't observed the outcomes over the lifetime of these individuals. They've also had changing demographics. And you can look at this picture of one of the first classes of astronauts, and you might notice some similarities amongst the members of this cohort. Whereas you get to a more recent cohort, and NASA's done a good job of expanding who's included in these cohorts, and we don't know what those changing demographics mean in terms of health, Also, astronauts used to smoke. Smoking is a pretty good carcinogen. Radiation isn't. So the effect of reducing that exposure, we don't really know what that'll be either. These are generally low doses. Most astronauts do not have 150, 300 millisieverts exposures. Most of them have less. And even when you get into that range, it can still be hard to detect effects in a population below about, 500 millisieverts. They're also a healthy worker cohort. Healthy worker cohort is an epidemiologic principle that says people who are able to work are generally healthier than the regular population around them, which also includes people who aren't healthy enough to enter the workplace. Astronauts on top of that healthy worker effect are generally healthy. They're selected intentionally to be healthy. So it's a doubling down of this healthy worker effect, which means they live longer, they don't get as many outcomes. And that's something that I was able to report on in a recent study, 2018, I think, that showed a lower risk of all-cause mortality and other expected outcomes in early NASA astronauts. The other thing is there's many competing risks. You can't separate radiation exposure from other exposures in space. You're getting radiation exposure in space, great. You're also exposed to microgravity, isolation, completely different microbiome. And when your dose is completely correlated with these other things, how do you separate it out to study it? So you rely on what we know from Earth. We have human information from mostly the atomic bomb survivors. This is a low LET scenario of acute radiation received all at once. How do you compare that? And how do you understand high LET radiation and that's effect and the effects of that? Is it more damaging? Well, we look at animals. Animal studies often rely on A, the translation of animals to humans. We don't know how that works. And B, tissues that we do not have. A lot of Harderian gland carcinogenesis has happened in these studies. What's the Harderian gland? Well, it's a little lubricating gland in the eyeball of mice and cats that lubricates a second eyelid that we don't have. So how does this compare? That brings us to regulations. All right, we don't quite know what's going on, but we got to protect astronauts anyway. You're all familiar with the radiation dose limits on Earth. In the US, 50 milligray per year, or internationally, 20 milligray per year over 5 years, no more than 50 in a single year, I believe. And this is ALARA principles, as low as reasonably achievable, limited by shielding, time, and distance. Space is different. Space, if you're going to go out there, you're going to get a higher exposure. The risk or the benefit is expected to outweigh the risk for what it brings to humankind. And so space radiation protection really hinges, at least for cancer, on the risk or on the concept of risk of exposure-induced death from cancer. This is called READ. And in order to make this as conservative as possible, NASA currently uses dose limits that are based on a risk maximization model that says, well, the Japanese atomic bomb survivor studies would say that because of lung cancer, risk projections show that your risk of exposure-induced death, or your READ, is going to be higher for females and going to be higher at younger ages of exposure. So the risk model that's applied to everybody is in terms of a female whose first mission was at 35 years old. 35 is pretty young for an astronaut going to space. So this is saying that in an astronaut population, any one astronaut who had their space radiation exposure would only have a 3% excess risk of dying of cancer compared to that same astronaut if they didn't have that exposure. And that's where that 600 millisieverts comes from, is that it's translated then to dose. So more or less accurate, good enough for now, hopefully. And I may remind you that an expected Mars mission will be about a sievert, and the limit is 600 millisievert. So currently we cannot go to Mars. And I think that shielding improvements are going to have to be made to enable that. Radiation dose limits are also based on non-cancer risks. These are all treated as deterministic. In other words, above a certain dose threshold, they will happen. You pretty much don't have to worry about the career non-cancer limits because the cancer limits take care of them. However, the 30-day and 1-year limits are important, and these more or less have to do with if there is a proton event, what do you do? And you might have to return astronauts early or make sure that they're shielded or have countermeasures in other way to reduce damage from an event like that. Otherwise, you're pretty much taken care of by the cancer limits. I'll draw your eye to the bottom row there with the central nervous system limit of 100 milligray per year. This is only for heavy particles. Keep in mind, this is 1% of GCR exposures. you're still unlikely to get there within the cancer limits. So monitoring and protection, because we got to watch what happens in order to protect them. This is astronaut Megan MacArthur, and she is surrounded by our toys. Let me draw your eye to the radiation assessment detector highlighted in red. It's the gold thing that is highlighted in red. The radiation environment monitor highlighted in green. It's tiny up there. And then the hybrid electronic radiation assessor highlighted in yellow. There's also crew active dosimeters, the purple thing in the bottom picture there. All of these give real-time monitoring. All of these give real-time monitoring that can be seen by NASA backroom support on Earth. This is Steve Johnson working backroom. Then there will be a weekly report that's given to the people in the radiation office. There's also external data from NOAA and SWPC, the Space Weather Prediction Center. So this is constantly being monitored. And then there's shielding. So we come back to the question that I always get asked, why can't we just use lead? Well, it won't work and it's too heavy, so we can forget about it. Passive shielding currently includes early spacecraft used aluminum, now it uses polyethylene. This does a great job against photons and light ions, including some energies of protons. It's really ineffective against the densely ionizing high LET radiation. And active shielding would be great. It would use electromagnetic fields to repel GCR and really limit the exposures or cancel them out entirely. But it's not available. It's not developed yet. So I think in the future, people are looking at hybrid shielding options to combine them and massively reduce the radiation dose. And in the meantime, astronauts can shelter during solar particle events. They can enter higher shielded areas, and they can actually reconfigure the modules that they're in, which is what's going on in that picture on Earth, reconfiguring to get in a higher shielded area, even more so than was already provided. So to wrap up, radiation is different on Earth and in space, and exposures tend to be higher for modern astronauts than for terrestrial radiation workers. Dose rates are well and truly chronic because of GCR in space. And radiation types are more damaging in space, we think. There's many challenges to understanding space radiation risks, including limited human data. And this requires translation from animal studies and terrestrial human studies that's not quite doing the job. Regulation is evolving. There's different regulation for cancer and non-cancer effects. And NASA has in the past used both dose and risk-based limits. So I present you with this comic and allow you to ask you if you have any questions for me at this time. Yes.
You only talk about the radiation effects in space.
Mm-hmm.
What about all the other biological phenomena that occur? NASA certainly has to take them into account. I mean, the lack of gravity, the way that all our systems function differently. I remember the early studies with the CT in the University of California in San Francisco, where they actually measure the change in density in the bones of the astronauts. So there are all these health effects. Maybe the radiation are not the most important ones.
I agree. I think the other health effects are a lot more important than radiation, frankly. And I think that the problem is when you start to get to these really high doses, where you're actually substantially increasing your cancer risk. But I think that really improvements in shielding hopefully will take care of that. I mean, there's only so much that studying it can do. Okay, great, now you've characterized it. How do you prevent it? So either shielding or countermeasures. But I agree, these other effects are incredibly important. And what are the effects together? It's really hard to study because we have such a small population and nobody else has exposures like that.
Which one? How to get feedback? I'm nervous using the one. Okay. I agree. I think some of the data you're not going to get with such a small cohort, and you've got dose rate and you're not sure of the particles and all the other stuff. Somebody from NASA, Leif Peterson, does that ring a bell?
Yeah, that rings a bell.
He contacted me a couple of decades ago because I learned that NASA realized that astronauts got dose for medical procedures. And he said, how do we calculate dose from medical procedures? Because they get a lot more radiation from medical procedures than the average person down here does. So that I assume that there's a unit there that assesses the dosimetry from all the testing that they undergo.
So there's there's separate effects that are assessed by the Space Radiation Analysis Group at Johnson Space Center for space radiation, medical radiation, and then what NASA calls biomedical radiation, which means that they signed up to be human test subjects. And some of that's where the bone density scans come from. They don't have to have them for their medical requirements, but they volunteer. And when they have their required medical, the assumption is that the benefit strongly outweighs the risk. This is Med A and Med B is what they're called at NASA. And these are the required tests that astronauts go through before they become an astronaut, and then to monitor them over their career to make sure that they are healthy and that they're catching any tumors in advance. And so because the benefit is assumed to outweigh the risk, the dose is monitored, added up in milligray, and then reported to them, but it does not affect their space limits. Their biomedical radiation also does not affect their space limits because this is, again, a risk-informed assessment. And so this is reported. We can calculate their dose in terms of risk of exposure-induced cancer death for those exposures. But this is a conversation that they're required to have with their flight surgeon to determine whether they think it would be a good idea for them to undergo that biomedical testing and get that extra dose. So the only thing that affects their limits in NASA's current standards is their space radiation exposures, but those other exposures are calculated and are given to them in their medical reports once per year on their birthday.
Hi, how you doing today? I was reading this book the other day to my 6-year-old son, and it's a book that was published in 2019. And in the book, it says, we will be walking on Mars by 2030. And I was like, that's a pretty bold statement. And I was wondering if that's an expected or feasible expectation amongst people like you who actually know things, or is that just a crazy thing I read in a kid's book?
I'm going to go ahead and say both.
Okay.
But it won't come from NASA, I don't think. There is expected to be a NASA crewed mission, CREWED mission to Mars, but I think it will just go around and then come back. So it limits the exposure, limits the amount of time that they spend in space. However, when you get to private companies like SpaceX, they don't have the same regulations. So they can have people sign waivers. So a private industry could send astronauts to space without worrying about the radiation risks. I personally think they should be worrying about it, especially if they're going to have them live there for several decades. You don't have the same amount of shielding on Mars as you do on Earth naturally occurring from an atmosphere, because it's not the same on Mars. So they will accumulate a strong, a pretty big dose over time. But they also have all these other risks from all these other things that frankly might put them at even more danger. So if somebody's going to do it and people are actually going to be colonizing Mars, I think it's going to be private industry. But NASA's planning on getting there. And I think that with shielding improvements, that's when that'll really start to happen. So that's where I'd keep my eye on in the literature. Not as much the biological effects, because again, you characterize them, but that doesn't mitigate them.
I've got a quick one, Dan, then I'll pass it over. Thinking epidemiologically, do you happen to know in the earliest missions, Mercury and such, did the astronauts wear dosimeters? Were their doses specifically measured back then?
A great question.
Yeah.
When I was working there, we had records of their doses. I think they did have film badges at least. They had something. It was quantified. And even in the scenarios where they didn't necessarily have a good badge on them, there were radiation detectors on their spaceships. So at least you had area monitoring, which it's not great for ISS because it's only in a few areas around the whole system. But it was pretty good on the Apollo missions when you're in one small room, Gemini. So there are at least dose calculations for those early astronauts.
Actually, this was also a question on the detection. You showed pictures of all the detectors on board the space station.
Might be a little outdated.
Are they looking at the different types of radiation? Some looking at gamma, the heavy ions. Are they sensitive so they can tell how much radiation is coming from all the different types you mentioned?
I'm not exactly the right person to ask about this, but I think I can get close. Some of them are better at detecting some kinds than others. So that yellow one, I don't know if you can see it well in that picture. You see those two bulbs at the top? kinda. I think one of those is for detecting heavier ions and one of those is for detecting lighter ions. But the odds of me getting this wrong high. I know that that does figure into the radiation detectors that are on station, but I don't know in exactly what way. We should also say to everybody, right now I'm giving this presentation as me. I work for the National Cancer Institute. This is not their views. I also do not work for NASA anymore. So this is the accumulation of my knowledge from that time, but I'm not representing NASA.
John, anything from the Zoom? All right, well, we should probably keep things moving along. So let's thank Dr. Miley for a great presentation. And so now we're going to move into a short break. We can take 15 at the most. It's up to our people on Zoom. We may run to 3:45. We have the room until then, and we'll see how things go. But just to be prepared, we might go till 3:45. Thanks.
I could, but okay, now we are.
Are you all set? I think he kept it.
No, I know, now that she's here.
I think it's Not turning green. Is the other one good?
Yeah, I have to try something else now. Just not be too immoral. I like it. That's right. I really was not honest.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to welcome Cari Boras back to the podium. And little background information for you. Cari received her PhD from the University of Barcelona, and her dissertation was based on studying the dosimetry of astatine-211. And for those of you who may not be familiar with astatine-211, it is an alpha emitter, which has actually been studied for many years as a potential therapeutic agent for cancer. And personally, I am very excited to hear Cari's talk because it's going to take me back to my very earliest days and my earliest job in radiation when I worked in a radiopharmaceutical lab that just happened to be studying astatine. So we weren't quite working at the same time back then, but nevertheless,
Younger.
nevertheless, it's a happy coincidence, and very happy to have her present to us on the topic of theranostics. And as she will tell you, but I'm going to say it anyway, Cari is the co-editor on a new book on theranostics, and she will be referring to that over the course of her talk. So with that, Cari, you are all set.
Well, again, good afternoon. Mike has asked me to give an overview of the field of radiotheranostics. And I usually accept challenges, but I didn't realize how I could condense about one full week of slides in about 20-25 minutes. So what I have done in order to really give an overall overview is to reduce depth and just present information. But then you can find, the details elsewhere. Where does the word theranostic comes from? Well, according to Professor Bailey from Australia, it comes from the words therapy and diagnostic, and apparently it was given by an American in 1998. And the best definition I have found is this one in radiographics, that theranostics is the pairing of diagnostic biomarkers with therapeutic agents that share a specific target in disease cells or tissues. However, what is important to realize is that theranostics do not have to involve radionuclides. In fact, if you go to the web, you will find all kinds of books on theranostics. Some use ultrasound contrast agents. Many of them have nanoparticles, and many of them are also for cancer treatment. There are a lot of theranostic terms that are being used when we apply radionuclides. A very common one is targeted molecular radionuclide therapy, targeted radiopharmaceutical therapy. The nuclear medicine physicians like nuclear theranostics. I don't like either of them. Why? Well, I don't like this TMRT because it doesn't say, it only talks about therapy. It doesn't say that it also has imaging. You know, remember, we have a pair of agents. One is diagnostic, one is therapeutic. This to me doesn't say, it only talks about the therapy aspect. Then this one, to me, is confusing because not all the treatments are due to radiolabeled molecules. As our first speaker explained, you know, in early 40s, we were treating already thyroid cancer with iodine-131. And then nuclear theranostics, well, what is nuclear? Does it refer to the cell nucleus? Is this a biological process? So what particles can we use for this theranostic? And again, I go back to my colleague, Dale Bailey in Australia. He was extremely helpful in the book that I'm making propaganda of. The most used ones are the beta minus particles. They have moderately long half-lives. Some of the gamma emissions can be imaged, and they have a mid-range LET. And here are some examples. Iodine 131, perhaps the one that you know most. Especially now, there is great interest in alpha particles. As Mike explained, they have been used for a very, very long time. My work, my thesis work, really pretended to label an antibody which was specific for the yolk sac membrane of the embryo, of the rat embryo. I didn't succeed in the labeling. That's why I stopped doing radiobiology, and I am a medical physicist. You press a button, and boy, the equipment functions as you expect it to be. Forget about radiobiology. But I have this love for all these years that I work with alpha particles. You know, they are high LET, and there are now, in addition of the 2011, there are a lot of examples here in the States. Probably the one that you know better is the actinium-225, which is being used for prostate cancer. But in addition of this beta and alpha, there are also Auger electrons. Most are experimental. They have very high LET, and iodine, indium-111 is a lot used. Iodine-125 is an example, and then there are some potential candidates. But in addition, Dale Bailey, how do I go back in your machine? Yeah. Yes. But Dale Bailey thinks that we can use positrons, not just for imaging, but also for therapy. And there are some candidates, for example, copper 6164, zirconium 89, iodine 124. So this is something very promising in the field of theranostics. I don't like to call it theranostics. I like to call it radiotheranostics. And to be similar to the other definition, it would be then the pairing of radiolabeled diagnostic biomarkers with radiolabeled therapeutic agents that share a specific target in diseased cells or tissues. What is important is that may involve radionuclides as radiotracers or radiolabeled biological molecules. And to me, this is what is called radiopharmaceuticals. And we will see later on that FDA disagree with me about the definition of a radiopharmaceutical. Another concept that we have to have very clear, and we are talking about radiotheranostic pairs. They have the same biokinetics, but they don't have to be the same radionuclide. This is what is so exciting. And this is a graph by Engoudar and collaborators as to whether we have different isotopes of the same element. So we ensure that they have the same chemistry, or they can be isotopes in the same chemical family. So here we have the very common one, 2025 actinium with indium-111, or the 2025 actinium with lanthanum-132. So we have all these combinations, but they are in the same chemical family, but it actually can be very different radiopharmaceutical pairs that it has been shown that they have the same biokinetics. And I will show you later on an actual clinical example where diagnostically the patient got the 1999M technetium albumin and then was treated with yttrium-90 microspheres. The FDA has decided that anything that is used for human use and is radioactive is called radiopharmaceutical. That's the definition, and therefore it doesn't matter whether it is technetium 99M, whether it is by itself as a chloride, a sulfur chloride, what xenon gas, anything that is used for humans is a radiopharmaceutical. To me, that is very, very interesting. You can go to the website, and these are the ones that are approved today here in the United States. This thing about approvals depend on the organization of every country. In Europe, it's called the European Medicine Association. They actually have a harmonization international organization of which both the EMA and the FDA are members. Nevertheless, in each country, it is the national organization, the one that will allow the use of these radiotheranostic compounds in humans. And as the years have gone by, although there are other uses, like in neurology, the most common so far is cancer. And you can see how the publications for different cancers has changed over the years. These are the most commonly used: colorectal, hepatic, breast, prostate, neuroendocrine, thyroid, and hematological malignancies. So let's start with the processes. What do we know about the processes? Well, first, the patient is diagnosed, and then clinician or a team of clinicians will decide on the treatment decisions. If it's decided that he may get a radiotheranostics treatment, then the question is which radiotheranostics agents are the ones that are best. And you know that these doctors will have a lot of options to treat the patient with cancer. Surgery, for example, chemotherapy, radiotherapy. We know this very well. Radiotherapy, you know, the primary lesion is limited to the gross tumor because it's very difficult to treat the metastases, especially when they are micrometastases. And that's where molecular radionuclide therapy comes in, because it will follow not just the gross tumor, which can be treated differently, but also the micrometastases. You would think that by now the physicians have a very clear idea on how to treat patients. Mike and I attended 2 days ago. Look, this is from the 6th to the 7th of May. This is the day before yesterday. We attended this workshop. I was very excited because I thought, oh, finally they understood that we are going to do dosimetry. No. On the first or second talk, somebody clarified that dose doesn't mean dose. Dose means administer activity. The physicists that make presentations kind of ignore that, and they went on to explain, as I will later say, how important dosimetry is. But what was so significant about this workshop is that the physicians were insisting that we are not treating the patients aggressively enough. We are underdosing. We shouldn't forget about overdosing. These are patients that are going to die. So we need to try higher doses and realize that is the only possibility they have. So that was a very, Mike agrees with me. Okay, so now we have decided how we are going to treat. And as I said, these clinical diagnostic and therapy protocols are still being developed. So how do we start? Well, first we have to have the radionuclide. And I like this slide. I know it's old, it's from 2010, but it explains this paper very clearly, the methodologies of radionuclide production by cyclotron, by a nuclear reactor using fission, or by a nuclear reactor neutron activation, or to me, perhaps is the most exciting, using a radionuclide generator. And you are all physicists, so you all know what the characteristics are. To me, perhaps what was interesting, was the cost, because I have no idea of the cost. And it turns out that the cyclotron seems to be the most expensive. And here are some examples. In 2021, the International Commission on Radiation Units and Measurements published, in my opinion, an excellent report, ICRU 96. I recommend all of you who are interested to get it and read it, where what actually they have done is they have grouped the pairs of radiotheranostics agents and by type of emission. I started with the alpha, clearly why, you know. And as you can see here, they have the therapy radiations and the imaging radiations for each one of them. Clearly, I don't have time to go through every one of them, but it is really an excellent summary of what is available today. This is for alpha particles, this is for beta particles. And you see, every time it will say production, for instance, the iodine 124 is cyclotron particle beams, reactor production, and so forth. And then again, therapy radiations with their energy, the mean energy and the maximum range, the maximum energy of the beta particle, and then the imaging radiations. So it's a very complete document. And then they also have the Auger electron emitting radionuclides like iodine 123. I mentioned before indium 111. I said that to me what was exciting was the radionuclide generators, because other than, you know, when I first started in Barcelona and I was in charge of a nuclear medicine laboratory and we had, you know, the technetium 99M, I didn't know anything else. And yet it so happens that, for example, for this very common yttrium-90, which is generated from strontium-90 generator, there are 4 types. I had no idea before I read this thing. Ion exchange based, single stage supported weakened membrane based generator, 2-stage based generator, and an electrochemical generator that supposedly it is the best. And don't ask me how they function, okay? I have no idea. But I thought it was very interesting that there were so many methods. And also it's interesting that yttrium-90 can also be produced in a nuclear reactor by neutron activation of yttrium-89. But this has a low neutron capture cross-section and thus yields low specific activity. And talking about examples, I just wanted to give you a list from Tom Ruth at Triumph. And if you look, I had no idea that we had all of these generators. This is already 2 years ago. And look here. There is a generator for astatine 211. I don't know how difficult it was for you to get the astatine, but for me, I was getting from Emeryville. I was in Philadelphia. Emeryville is near Berkeley. So this was crazy. It's a 7.2-hour half-life. So there is a generator, very exciting. And the advantage of radionuclide generators was already recognized by the IAEA in 2009. They published this technical report, which dealt with the strontium-90, yttrium-90 generator, and the rhenium-88, wolframium, tungsten 188 generator. So we are not talking about yesterday. I mean, I am ignorant, but clearly those generators have been around for a long time. Okay, so now we have produced the radionuclide by whatever method. So now we have to determine the activity. And as we determine the activity, we have to have all our instruments properly calibrated. And if you are in the clinic, that means the well-type ionization chambers, all your survey meters. And if you're doing any other specialized counting, you may have scintillation counters. And I will show you some examples. This slide is by Andrew Robinson from actually the NPL, the National Physics Laboratory at the UK. And of course, the traceability all comes from the Bureau International des Poids et Mesures, which is in Paris. And then it goes to all the nuclear, the primary standards And here in the United States, you know, is NIST. And then we go to the secondary standards laboratories. Then it goes to the radiopharmacies, the producers. They may make their own reference standards. Finally, we go to the clinic. And one of the comments that Dr. Robinson has is that as you go down in the chain, the uncertainty increases because the accuracy cannot be as good. Well, this is very good, but do we all have standards for the radionuclides that we have to use? And NIST and the other primary laboratories will create a standard when it's very much in need, not before. So when I did my thesis, and it was published in '74, so that I started, I don't want to tell you, it took me forever, I'm not very clever, I had to measure the astatine. Now, the astatine has two modes of decay, one by alpha particles and the other one by electron capture. And from the alpha particles, this is their energy, and these are the radiations from the gamma rays. And clearly, at the end of the 60s, there were no standards of astatine 211. So what did I have to do? Well, I had a jelly detector. We could measure the gamma rays very well. And then we found out that yttrium-88, that did have calibrated standards by a national laboratory, had exactly 1 hit at 898 keV. So just by the relative yield, we could then calculate what the activity was. And I am sure if 60 years ago I could do that, you can do something better today. But there was another problem, and is that I also wanted to measure the activity in some of my biological samples. I said that the alpha particle, although it's an alpha emitter, it also has electron capture. Electron captures produce K X-rays. And it so happens that these K X-rays are very similar to these are about 80 keV. They can be read very nicely in a sodium iodide counter, which is much more sensitive than the jelly detector, which may have a fantastic resolution, but is not sensitive enough. And so all the scintillation counters were cross-referenced to the americium. We also have a standard for 241 that has an energy at 60 keV. So the solution for all of that is just hire a physicist and he can tell you, but then you are not physicians, that's okay. Okay, so now we have the isotope. We know how to measure it. We know how to determine its activity. Then you destroy Mike's computer. So then what other things does the physicist have to do? Well, we are going to image whatever we do with it. So we need to do a performance evaluation. That means you have to measure the noise, the spatial resolution, the contrast. This is quality image. This is very nice. Is it working well or not? Blah, blah, blah. But if we are going to do quantitative imaging, we also have to calibrate the scanners. And this is especially true for the SPECT-CT and the PET-CT, because there are a lot of corrections that we have to make, like the attenuation, the scatter, the partial volume effect. These are all very important corrections. Otherwise, the activity that we will measure in the patient will have tremendous errors. And again, my friend Dale Bailey has this very exciting, in my opinion, slide where he shows the limited spatial resolution of our scanners. Here is view of an MRI. This is a coronal view at E2. You can see here the lesion very well. This is a PET dotatate, and this is a SPECT glutate. And you can see that especially the SPECT really has a very, very poor spatial resolution. So if you want to measure the activity in this micrometastasis, you're going to have a very hard time. Okay, we know about to have the scanners calibrated. So what is the other factor? And I wanted to make a diagram, but I couldn't make a diagram because all these processes that I'm calling them here, they really are not one after the other. They all happen in parallel somehow. The physicist works in one thing, the radiochemist works in another one. So I am not intelligent enough to make it all in one diagram because of so many parallel events. The biomolecules have to be radiolabeled, and then we have to prepare what is called the radiopharmaceutical. And I'm going to limit my discussion just to cancer. So here is a cancer cell. To start with, and I have to confess my ignorance, I didn't know, but all cancer cells have some molecules that they express, which is not being expressed in regular cells. This is very important to understand. Ideally, what we would like is that you have a radionuclide like iodine-131, and that the radionuclide, boom, goes straight into the cancer and treats wherever we want. Well, that's not the case. What we do is we conjugate this radionuclide with what is called a vector, and the vector, like an antigen and antibody, the vector makes connection with the target or receptor from the cancer cell, and actually this linker or chelator, I was just reading a paper yesterday, is one of the most critical aspects in all this production. For cancer control, we have unconjugated radionuclides. I talked about iodine-131 and yttrium-90, and David Allard talked about radium-223. We also have samarium-153. But then, of the radionuclide conjugated cancer-specific vectors. What are these vectors? Well, they may be peptides, they can be small molecules, antibodies, or even nanoparticles. In these small molecules, the most common one that you know is the prostate-specific membrane antigen, which is being used so much for prostate cancer. And a very recent presentation by Hoffman very interestingly says that compared to the antibodies, small molecules have higher uptake, better tumor dosimetry, have rapid clearance, lower toxicity, are cheaper. However, when it comes to the alpha emitters, this may be different. And that's why the great interest today in really using alpha emitters. Good. So now we know what we are doing. We have to start doing it. Now that we have thought about all these things, we administer the diagnostic agent. It can be imaged using gamma camera, SPECT, or PET. We know theoretically what we should get, but now we have to see when you image it, really what have we gotten. And one of the most critical parameters is to determine the radiopharmaceuticals biokinetics. Biokinetic distributions can be done two ways, by exponential fitting or by compartmental modeling. And 55 years ago, for my astatine 211, I decided to use exponential fitting. And so then I found, of course, that the uptake in the thyroid was very high and then it decreased. In the stomach, it was practically constant. This was very interesting. At that time, it had never been reported. But to me, it's very obvious. We have chlorine in the stomach, don't we? Well, chlorine is a halogen, so astatine was exchanged. This was free astatine, was exchanging with the chlorine. And that's why this showed that way. And you can actually do the calculations. And I was able, by calculating the distribution, to calculate the functions, the distribution functions for each one of the tissues in which I had measured the clearance, if you want to call it, of the astatine versus time. And we define a biological function that could be expressed by a summation of different exponentials. It is also very common to use compartmental models. This is one I found by Augusto Giussani in 2012. This is for fluorine-18 labeled fluorocholine, which is used for carcinoma of the prostate as well. So then you can see here how you know that these bodies, these organs are going to uptake and where the exchange is going to be. And the ICRP has a lot of models, whether they calculate the dose through the use of these biokinetics. Now, we are happy with the administration of the diagnostic agent. So now we go and we administer the therapeutic agent. And we have to see the response. For that, we have to do sequential imaging. And we would like to do the determination of individualized absorbed doses and measure the uncertainties, determine the uncertainties, where not only we calculate the dose of the tumor, but also the organs at risk, and we need to adjust the treatment as needed. And in fact, you know that many of these treatments, like the Lutathera, are like 5 cycles and so on. By the way, for those of you who don't know, these treatments are like $250,000 each, so that you know that we are talking about something very, very expensive. And I wanted to show you in fact, these first 3 are on the cover of the book, because I think it shows so excellently what radiotheranostics is. This is what is called the selective internal radiotherapy, which uses, as I mentioned before, the technetium-99M macroaggregated albumin, which is the one that is being used for imaging. This is a SPECT image, but then is treated with yttrium-90 by embolization. So this is a PET image. Notice that it has a much better resolution. And then the physician who wrote the article says that this shows that indeed there is a mild reduction in the size of the original cancers in the liver. I'm not so convinced, but that was his estimate. But I think these 3 electron captures photos show exactly what I meant. Is you have a diagnosis, you have an imaging for a theranostic agent, the diagnostic type, and one of the therapeutic side. Individualized organ doses. And I'm sorry I couldn't find yesterday a better imaging, but what is very exciting is that if you do, in this particular case, it was a randomized trial in 2020, again, it's an yttrium-80 case. If you use individualized dosimetry, the survival time was, the overall survival was 26.6 months. If you use what is used now, which is a fixed activity, it was only 16.7, so it's significant. And this ICIU 96 that I made so much propaganda before, and I really recommend that you buy and purchase and read, has a lot of methodologies that we can use, the Monte Carlo transport simulation, dose point thermal convolution, the merged schema that uses the S coefficients, which normally we use at the organ and suborgan levels, but can also be used at the voxel level and at the cellular level. And then we have to realize that if we use targeted radionuclide therapy, we may combine it with external beam therapy, and then we can combine it all with treatment planning. This is the workflow. You administer the activity, you measure it, you calculate the regions of interest, and how you segment these regions of interest is going to be very critical for the dose distributions. You have to register the images at different times, and part of the uncertainties come because it's very difficult to position the patient on the table in sequential days in the same position. So this is one of the main sources of uncertainty. And then you integrate the activity, you calculate the dose distributions, and then you evaluate them. And here is a clinical case very nicely given by Dr. Papa. Will kill me that I don't remember his name. Papatas from MD Anderson, where again, it shows what I showed you before, the diagnostic imaging, the therapy, and here you have the dose map at the very end. This is how we want to finish. This is not done in every institution, but I would hope that medical physicists do that. There are a lot of differences in external beam therapy and radionuclide therapy. The dose rate is different, the type of irradiation, acute versus continued, the fractionation, the dose rate, look, this is one of the most important ones. But the fact that we have X-ray photons here, ionizing particles here, we assume that the distribution in the target is homogeneous. Well, clearly, when we use alpha particles, it is not going to be homogeneous. And so you have a different cellular effect depending on the two type of treatment modalities. In addition of the radiation effects that you all know, there are other adverse effects. Some, like the acute and the subacute, are immediate, and some are late. And one of the outcomes of this workshop that Mike and I attended the other day is that it is the late effects, the ones that they are so concerned for radionuclide therapy. And there was, we always think about the bone marrow and we think about the kidney. No. We need to think about the lacrimal glands and the salivary glands. And there was one patient that, because they even had patients in this workshop talking, was one patient that said that he wouldn't mind at all coming several days to have the imaging done after the treatment. That was not a problem. The problem was he couldn't stand the xerostomia. You know, the dry mouth, that's when he had to interrupt the treatment. And so this reminds me I have to read. So, some of them will occur at the same time. Let's document late effects. What do we know epidemiologically? And so John Boyce and Larry Dower made this list. We know very little epidemiologically of radionuclides. We know about phosphorus 32, iodine 131, thorium, radium 224, and radium 226. Really very little to say we are basing that on a population epidemiological study. What is clear from everything that I said, and I am practically finishing, is that we need a team that has to be integrated. We have a clinical team. There are medical oncologists, clinical oncologists, surgical pathologists, radiologists, the oncology nurse. But then in the nuclear medicine, there is the nuclear medicine physicians, the nuclear medicine physicists, the radiation protection officer may not be the nuclear medicine physician, be careful. The technologists, the nurse, radiopharmacists, they may be the workers, and they all will need a specialized training, especially when you are going to combine external beam therapy with radionuclide therapy. Of course, everything has to be done in the most optimized radiation protection situation, but this is one thing I don't have to discuss here because that's something you all know. And the IAEA is very good at giving lectures on the optimization of radiation protection. This is a slide that I took from their website, and here are some of the publications for best practice. I worked very much on these standards on the radiation protection and safety in medical uses of ionizing radiation, which is really based on the most basic document, which is the radiation protection and safety of radiation sources. And we call it colloquially the BSS, the International BSS. For those of you who want to go a little bit deeper, here is the book. But though, volume 1 only has the physics, the chemistry, the biology, and the clinical applications. The volume 2 will have the radiation biology, the dosimetry, and the radiation safety. For those of you who are eager and dying to read about the dosimetry, the AAPM last year had a summer school really excellent on the dosimetry of radiopharmaceutical therapy. So thank you very much.
All right, do we have any questions for Cari? That was excellent.
I remember hearing a radiochemist refer to astatine-211 as nastatine. I also heard the radiation safety officer where I work, who I work with on a regular basis, tell me that they had a history of people who weren't supposed to get a dose of astatine-211 having an uptake. And I have to wonder, is there something special about astatine as opposed to radioactive iodine that it makes it especially volatile?
Well, in my case, I was working in an office with rats that had been injected with astatine-211. My hair was contaminated with alpha particles the whole time. So yes, it's very volatile. I think it's more volatile than iodine. I don't know, Mike, your experience?
Yeah, I think a lot of it depends on what compound it's linked to. But yeah, just its position on the periodic table could make it more volatile, yeah.
It's is element 85. So all these protons and all these neutrons, they don't like each other. And so as an atom is too big, it's very unstable. Maybe that contributes to the volatility. It's very difficult to label. I was going to show you some examples of labeling with astatine-211, and I figured that this was not the object of this class, but I'm still looking for it. They're still not happy. And also notice that they really don't like radioimmunotherapy. The antigen antibody concept is not as good as the peptides or the other small molecules, or now maybe the nanoparticles. So maybe radioimmunotherapy is no longer going to be used.
Yeah, I think that there's a better chance for the molecule to get inside the cell, the smaller molecule versus the full antibody. Yeah. Any other questions? Well, thank you, Cari. That was really excellent. I loved it. I hope everybody else did too.
You are biased.
All right. So we're on to our last speaker of the day, last but definitely not least. And let me get the slides switched over here.
36 minutes, sorry. 36 minutes I took. All right.
and we're very lucky to have him in our chapter where he has provided tremendous support to the chapter and his leadership roles over the years. Mike is recently retired from EPA as the director of the Center for Science and Technology in Oriya. And he remains very active in national and international radiation organizations, Health Physics Society, NCRP, ICRP. But most importantly, he's a fellow Tar Heel.
No applause, Mike. Wow.
That's disturbing.
Well, at least two of us.
That's right. Mike and I were both lucky to graduate from Jim Watson's health physics program at Chapel Hill. Different times, but close.
Yeah.
And so glad we have that in common. But in addition to all that, Mike is just one of the nicest guys I know in the field. So very glad to have him here talking to us about his recent experience in Japan and his ongoing work related to tritium releases from the Fukushima Daiichi accident.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Oh, sorry, got to get you back to the slides.
And let me know when we're good. Okay, yeah. So thank you very much, Mike, for that introduction. It seems recent, but it's actually been 2 years since I left officially as at EPA, and I've sort of come back in a quasi way. But yeah. But what I'm going to talk to you about today is something that you've probably all seen in the press. It's been a lot of international interest in Japan's decision, which was made at the government level, to discharge tritiated water from Fukushima into the Sea of Japan. Do I just click on the right here? Oh no. Or just the space bar.
The clicker here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's just. Oh, plus maybe? Well, that's volume. Uh-oh. Were you using this, Cari?
It wasn't.
No.
Oh, there we go. It's the down. It's the down. Never mind. All right. So you're all health physicists, from most of you anyway. So this is going to be old hat to you, but just to say that tritium is the radioactive isotope of hydrogen. It's got 2 neutrons and a proton, and it's produced mainly naturally in the atmosphere and in nuclear reactors. So it was present in the Fukushima Daiichi power station before and certainly after the accident. Tritium is commonly found as tritiated water or water vapor, HTO, and a little bit of it can exist as organically bound tritium, OBT. Has a weak beta, only 5.7, just under 6 keV average per decay, and has a half-life of 12.3 years. So what's the problem? Well, since the 2011 accident, TEPCO has been collecting groundwater and water that seeps out of the reactor buildings themselves. And for lack of anything else to do with them and not wanting to discharge them into the ocean, they started building these tanks. They currently have about 1,000 tanks, totaling about 1.4 million cubic meters of contaminated water. And of course, they treat the water and before they goes in the tanks. I'll talk about that in a minute. But you can see this little picture I took of the site. They're running out of space. They've got a lot of decommissioning going on. These are in the foreground there at the top of the picture. You can see reactors 1 through 4. And they're going to be working on this probably for the next 50 years, removing damaged fuel, getting everything cleaned up. It's a lot of hazards on site. And they need to get rid of these tanks so they can get on with the important related aspects to the overall decommissioning. And so they made the decision, that they're going to start treating and releasing the water. So how are they treating the contaminated water? I said, before it goes into tanks, they've installed a variety of water filtration technologies, things like co-precipitation, adsorption, selective ion exchange, reverse osmosis, and these to remove the radionuclides from the collected water. And these components collectively are referred to as ALPS, the Advanced Liquid Processing System. But what they're not removing with all of these technologies is tritium, tritiated water especially, because there's no cost-effective way. I mean, it can be done in a lab setting, I'm sure, but there's no cost-effective way to remove tritiated water from water. But they are, with all of the, they've continued to improve the ALPS system. Initially, the water that was going into the tanks had radionuclides that were above the release limits. Think of Japan has radiation protection regulations that were in part fashioned, I think, after 10 CFR 20 NRC's regs. So you're all familiar with 10 CFR 20 Appendix B limits, so they have similar discharge limits. And they've been able to get all the radionuclides in the contaminated water to below their legal release limits, except for tritium, but they got a lot of tritium. This is a quick picture from the IAEA's June 23 comprehensive report showing the different, the different stages of the ALPS process using iron and carbonate coprecipitation, adsorption, et cetera. And just to note that all of the water processing waste is going into high integrity containers, and it's also got to be dealt with at some point, because that's the activity isn't, they're not discharging any of that into the ocean, so they have to store that on site as well. So how much tritium are they going to be discharging? And I took this little cartoon from the TEPCO report. Japan really likes this comparison of looking at their government regulation, which I think is similar to Appendix B. I'd have to do the calculations to see if it was exactly the same. But their government standard is 60,000 becquerels per liter. They point out that the WHO drinking water standard is 10,000 becquerels per liter. They love that number, but nobody drinks seawater, so I'm not sure it's playing as well with the public as it might. But even with 10,000 being the WHO standard, they have made a decision to not release tritium at a concentration greater than 1,500 becquerels per liter. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. That was actually the number that was the limit for discharge before the accident. And they decided that they would not discharge more than 22 terabecquerels a year, because that was the limit that was applied to Fukushima Daiichi plants when it was an operating facility. So to get rid of 22, to get rid of the 1,000 tanks full of water, and by the way, it's going to be like a bathtub with a faucet and a drain, because as they're processing water and discharging it, they're going to have to retain some tank capacity to handle the water that's still being collected from groundwater and buildings. But so this whole process, until, as Director General Grossi likes to say, the last drop of water is out of the tanks, is expected to take around 30 years. Now, I would point out to you, and I'm a little nervous saying this because we're online. I'm not sure if this is being recorded or not, but there are some optimization questions about the relative hazards of the tritium once it gets in the sea versus the delaying 30 years before you've actually got all that land freed up. So there are some optimization questions that are really outside the scope of the IAEA's view, because it's been decided. It's a government decision. 22 terabecquerels. They may I guess they always have the option to revisit that in the future, but for now, that's their limit. And just to point out, because we're EPA, I've worked for EPA all those years. Yes, our drinking water limit is actually only 740 milliliters per liter. So that's because that's based on 40 microsieverts dose limit per year from man-made beta photon emitters, which is a fairly stringent standard. The WHO standard is based on a millisievert a year, I believe, using different assumptions. Public information from TEPCO, they like to point out the dose you get from flying across the ocean, from dental x-rays, et cetera. You've seen these comparisons before. Again, they're just trying to point out to the public that these are very, very low doses. The more important piece of public information I draw your attention to is on the right hand of this slide. And that's where they say that the tritium concentration is evaluated to be the same as that of the surrounding seawater, 2 to 3 kilometers away. Seawater globally is typically background levels in the range of 0.1 to 1 becquerel per liter. And so by the time you get 3 kilometers away from the plant, the tritium in the seawater is indistinguishable from global background in that, well, or should say background in that area. And it's this is not including tritium and from the accident itself. This is just the natural background in the area. So when you hear neighboring countries worry about their seafood, keep in mind that you'd have to be catching fish right up at the boundary of the plant, I think, to even be able to detect the tritium. That's a little bit of a opinion piece there for me. So what is the role of the IAEA? The government of Japan requested IAEA to undertake an independent safety review of Japan's implementation policy for discharging the water to make sure that everything they're doing complies with IAEA's international safety standards, to make sure they're being met. So to do this, Director General Grossi, dedicated some IAEA staff, and they appointed an international task force. And I'm fortunate to be one of the members of that. There are 11 of us that have been meeting since 2021. I've gone to Japan once or twice a year since then. Those first visits were really interesting because they were in total lockdown, and we had to get special Ministry of Foreign Affairs permission to even go into Japan. We had to take all of our rooms, all of our meals in our rooms, except for lunch, where they cordoned us off separate from all of the people we were presenting to. So that is, those were some interesting couple of meetings there in 2021 and early 22, but now we're back to the routine. So we've had 5 major missions. We met with TEPCO and the Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry, which is, TEPCO is sort of a quasi-government utility anyway, and METI is kind of their ministerial, oversight, I guess you'd say. And then we've also met 3 times with the Nuclear Regulation Authority, which is their NRC, Japan's regulator. And we presented a final report to the government of Japan. Director General Grossi did that about a year ago, July 4th, 2023. As of right now, we have IAEA has measurement experts on site, taking independent corroborating measurements of marine life, water in the tanks, water in the ocean, etc. Just to point out very quickly that the 11 of us that were appointed, and it was a real honor for me to have this opportunity. I actually started on the task force before I left EPA, and I have colleagues from Argentina, Australia, Canada, China, France, the Marshall Islands, the Republic of Korea, the Russian Federation, UK, and Vietnam. So you see a lot of regional representation there, as well as a few other of us. This is a nice picture of Director General Grossi and Japan's Prime Minister Kishida with the Director General presenting him our comprehensive report. From that report, which was released last year in 2023, he states, based on its comprehensive assessment, the IAEA has concluded that the approach and activities to the discharge of ALPS treated water taken by Japan are consistent with relevant international safety standards. Furthermore, the IAEA notes the controlled gradual discharge of treated water to the sea, as currently planned and assessed by TEPCO, would have a negligible radiological impact on people and the environment. So that's kind of the takeaway. Discharge commenced last year. August 24th was the first batch that they released. The task force was actually in Japan 2 weeks ago. I was there, and as of May 7th, just a few days ago, they have completed the discharge of 5 batches. The 5th batch discharge was ongoing when we were on site. And that the IAEA has provided corroborative measurements for each discharge, and they found that the tritium concentrations in the diluted ALPS water have been far below Japan's operational limits. Now, what they're doing, I don't know that I probably should have mentioned this earlier, is the tritium concentrations in the tanks themselves are very high. So, and even though the total maximum amount of tritium that can be discharged in a year is capped at 22 terabecquerels, they have decided, and you can argue whether or not this is important from a radiological protection standpoint or not, but they have decided to mix the tank water before discharge with seawater, and so that the amount being discharged through the tunnel is no greater than 1,500 becquerels per liter. So you're still discharging 22 terabecquerels, but what they've done is use the old service water intake pumps from one of the units that was used, to condense the steam from the reactor. And so they had the infrastructure there undamaged, and they're using, these massive pumps to bring in water, and then a little pipe coming from the tanks, the storage tanks, adding, the tritiated water to the seawater, and then measuring it to make sure that it's less than 1,500 becquerels per liter before discharge. You can do some dose pathway analysis and try to decide whether you're making any real difference in biota uptake and things like that, whether it comes out in larger batches, because you are capping the total amount at the 22 terabecquerels. Some interesting science there, and I'll show you some ways that you can look at the numbers and maybe play around with some calculations on your own if you're so interested. As of October 2023, they began extensive sampling of the marine environment, IAEA did, near the plant, and they have corroborated Japan's environmental monitoring. And IAEA will continue to provide corroborative monitoring throughout the discharge period. So that, I went through this quicker than I thought. We'll have time.
That's it?
Yeah, I was worried that we were running over time, but maybe I can show you that for further information, IAEA has a couple of great pages. You can go to this top link when there's a batch being discharged. Let's see if we can, are we on the internet?
Yes.
Okay, let's see what happens if you may have to click that click the top one for the folks online. Here. So here's a page, Fukushima Daiichi Alps treated water discharge. And if you scroll, this is the information page, I'm sorry. So over on the left, timeline, frequently asked questions.
Oh, yeah, we're not seeing it, Mike, on the screen.
Oh, you're not? Well, but no, this is.
Yeah, so we're not seeing.
Oh, you're not seeing it?
Yeah.
Oh, what do I do? Sorry. And
It's that one, right? We'll just have to exit. So let's go ahead. Exit's closed.
and if I close this, I'm closing out of the
PowerPoint, but it's okay. You want to show the website anyway, right?
Well, I wanted to show some other websites. Let me show you an interesting one.
So you can click first. It's gonna remember. You can click that first. It's fine.
Okay.
You open it, then you go back to here. Just close it.
And I want to click a couple more. So I want to click one more. Okay, sorry, we'll get there, folks. This is just showing you how much public information there is.
Actually, get out of here. Just
I will in just a second. Hold on.
Yeah.
I want to go to
you want to go back there. Oh, okay.
this. Oh, wait. This one, yeah. Okay, so now I'm going to get out of PowerPoint, but I don't know that you'll be able to see this online.
He's gonna do it.
Okay. Okay, right. So, yeah,
Exit slideshow.
in slideshow. Okay.
Now it's showing exactly.
Okay, so this is actually the first link on the next page. I was showing you two IAEA pages. We can go back to those, but the JAEA, Japan Atomic Energy Agency, has done this really great database for substance monitoring. And if you look down, you'll see that there's different tabs for air dose rate, soil depth distribution, seawater, marine soil, deposition, soil and environment samples, airborne fallout, river water, and river soil, food, ship towing, wild animals, drinking water. It's really just, it's really just a more than you could ever want. And this is JAEA. Go to sleep. Oh. Oh.
This, I don't know.
Okay. Oh. Okay, there we go. Sorry about this. And are folks seeing this online? So, I mean, this is just one agency, JAEA, and they have got all this information translated into English. And I think this site may actually give you the option of other languages as well. What? Yeah, English. Okay, so maybe this one's just English and Japanese, but there are some others. Let's see. Just take my word for it. If you look on that last page, and I will send out the handouts. There's the Fishery Agency, there's the Ministry of the Environment, there's TEPCO, there's Nuclear Regulation Authority. There's like, at least half a dozen different agencies in Japan that are translating, that are sampling and monitoring and translating the data into English and other languages too, in certain cases, and making it available. This is a huge effort for a small amount of radioactivity, if you right down to it. But that's what they're doing, because it's a political issue and a perception issue as much as it is a health physics and a radiation protection issue, in my opinion. You can go back. Let's go back to the. Okay, where was the
PowerPoint? Far right. Yeah.
Well, I was looking at those others.
Right here.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay, here was the other page I was about to show you a minute ago, the discharge page. You can see up here, it says inactive, which means there's no discharge going on right now. They have this we found a little interesting. The seawater coming in through the surface water intakes was registering 6.6 counts per second. And the seawater being discharged was registering 4.7 counts per second. So I asked the Japanese, I said, oh my God, your tritiated water in the tanks is diluting the seawater. And they laughed and said, no, for one thing, this is just gross count rate. And you gotta look closer and see what's the detector, what's the geometry, these are very low numbers to begin with. So 6.6 and 4.7, basically the same thing. So, but that just goes to show you that there's not a lot of activity being discharged once it's diluted by the seawater. Well, I think that little excursion took me to the 3:30 point. I'm happy to take questions, or we can explore some more websites.
Yeah, if there are any questions, or if you had other things you wanted to show us, Mike, that we can have a couple minutes.
Yeah, well, I think, the interesting thing, I'll tell you a little anecdote. When we were there 2 weeks ago, we were on site. The IAEA folks and the task force were on site getting briefed. We were about to, we were getting ready to go dress out and visit the discharge point on the Fukushima site. And all of a sudden everything went dark. And it turns out that for the first time since I guess really since the remediation project has been up and running, they had a power failure. Somebody had cut a cable, and one of the offsite power sources just went down. They had all sorts of redundant, as you'd imagine, redundant systems. But it was a little embarrassing for them that it happened at the very hour that IAEA was on site. The Murphy's Law at work there. But we did manage. They got the lights back on and were able to take us down to the site and show this massive amount of seawater being pumped out because the pumps. Interestingly, the pump that was adding the contaminated water from the tanks shut down, and they were not discharging radioactivity from the tanks when we were physically there, but it looked the same because the massive amount of seawater was still coming into the forebay and going out the tunnel. So that was a little, it was kind of interesting to be there because that made all the news. You know, power shut down at Fukushima. Oh my God. Oh, well, actually, well, I know what you're saying, but they've discharged 5 batches. They have yet to release anything close to 1,500 becquerels per liter because they're starting with the lower contaminated tanks first because they want to make, they want to get some tanks clear so they can start taking them down and using that space for other remediation activities. They want to put fuel handling buildings. They've got to remove a lot of the damaged fuel over the next decades out of the reactors, and they need shielded and secure facilities for managing that waste. So it's a multivariate challenge to figure out which tanks to empty first and at what rate, so that they can still have enough empty tanks to capture the contaminated water that they're still capturing from groundwater and reactor building release points, yet make enough room to start building new facilities for the remediation activities. So
I have another question, Mike.
Yeah.
Thank you for a great talk. Because people do ask, what is your opinion of,
Yeah.
this release of the Japanese radioactive water
Yeah.
and everything. So the 2 questions I have is, obviously your tank farm, are they all interconnected where they can pump from one tank?
They
directly in, or
are-
How do they transfer?
they are connected. I think there are batches, there are groups of tanks that have hard piping, and then there's going to be a need as they decide which tanks to empty first to use portable pumps and portable piping to sort of get. They have 10 tanks designated right now as their mixing tanks. They're called the K4 tanks, I think. So, and they'll fill those 10 tanks up. They'll circulate it for a few weeks and continually sample it until all the water, until all the measurements are homogeneous. And so then they know how much they're discharging, and then they start pumping it and mixing it with the seawater. And then once the 10 tanks are empty, that's the completion of a batch discharge, and they'll wait a week or 2, fill it up again, start the whole process over. The batches are going to start coming fast and furious because to get 22 terabecquerels out at 1,500 becquerels a liter, you can do the math. They're going to have to be discharging. I think it was over 200, maybe 250 days a year of actual discharge.
When we go to the site, we'll see active. The other question is, what about evaporation? Are they looking at that also?
No, those options were considered in the run-up to the decision, but it was a government decision to release into the sea. It was a government decision to not exceed 22 terabecquerels. And I should also say, I should have pointed this out earlier. Thank you for prompting me. The dose constraint that they've selected is 50 microsieverts a year to a receptor, which is 5 millirem for those of you that don't like SI. And so far, the calculated doses based on the actual discharge are, just a tiny, tiny fraction of that. They're not going to get anywhere near 50 microsieverts to a receptor at the current release rates.
Follow up. Mike, I just have one additional question because you were over there. What is the, I guess, the feeling now after so many years have gone by, after Fukushima Daiichi, and the people and of that area and everything? Because I know there was a lot of concern with the people there.
We were told that people are just now starting to come back to the little towns that were, the government of Japan has been slowly saying that, that it's safe to return to this town, it's safe to return to that town. Initially, and they've been doing that for, probably over the last, I can't remember the exact number of years, but it's been quite a few years that towns were available for residents to move back to. But what they're finding is that it's the older folks, the retired folks that are coming back. By and large, not a lot of young families, not a lot of kids coming back. They've resettled elsewhere. So it's a real challenge. It's a social challenge for Japan to try to bring new life, bring new residents and vitality, because the dose limits in the cleared towns are, Japan made the decision that they would not release land until the doses were less than a millisievert, which a lot of people in the emergency response community said, oh, geez, that's really conservative. That's really more protective than we would be following protective action guides and such in the US and elsewhere. So even though from a radiological standpoint, I'd say most people would agree that it's the radiation is not a concern for bringing your family back. But you've also got to realize, you've got community structures. Are the kids going to have other kids to play with? Are the schools going to be adequate if there's only a handful of kids there to go to school? So it's a real challenge. By the way, since I'm retired, I'm speaking very liberally. I'm not representing anybody, and I'm certainly not representing the IAEA or its task force, except for the information I presented, which is publicly available. But I'm giving you my opinions.
I understand that Japan, I think what you just referred to, my understanding is Japan, a lot of small villages in Japan already have a problem with young people moving out and having to close elementary schools. And that's like ones that were not affected by Fukushima Daiichi, because young people with families are moving to the big city where the jobs are. And there are places in Japan where you can get free houses if you're willing to pay the property tax and refurbish them. And so like, if you take that that they were forced out to begin with, now you're convincing them to move back, and there's already this tendency for young families to move out of places like that, even without Fukushima. I think you could see a bit of a social pile-on effect there.
Yeah. I mean, I would say the prefecture as a whole, Fukushima Prefecture, beyond that 20-kilometer radius, it's probably doing about as well as any other similar prefecture in Japan. And Fukushima City, which is the far west of the prefecture, is still a successful city, and its population, I don't think, has changed much over time. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The challenge to Japan, and this is true in a lot of countries now, is trying to breathe life into small towns.
Mike, if I could sneak in one more question. I know the Alps system was in use for quite a while before they started making these discharges.
Oh, yeah.
Before it was even approved. But it struck me that they were ready to start dumping once the decision was made and once they got IAEA concurrence and all. Was there much engineering that they had to do to actually affect the releases, or was everything pretty well in place by then?
They, I was under the impression that they were using the old pumps from the surface water intakes for the dilution part of it, bringing the seawater in. When I was there 2 weeks ago, they looked like brand new pumps. Really, they were all painted. Everything was painted looking. So yeah, I think they probably put in some new piping, some new pumping stations. The Alps system itself, when they were first filtering the water, and of course both the groundwater and and especially the reactor building water was screaming hot. So they had to use adsorption and ion exchange and all these things. And initially they were still getting fairly high levels of fission and activation products in the tanks. And of course they were getting all the tritium. They've never been able to remove tritium. Fortunately, it's been 2011. It's been almost 2 half-lives now for tritium, so that's helping. fact that the tritium that was there in March 2011 is about down by a fourth, or down by 3/4.
I'll give Gary the last. Yeah, that's more common where you talk about in Japan, the small villages and population wise. I mean, Japan can convince their kids of our age, me and John, not having kids. So
Yeah.
the birth rate are one of the lowest in the world. That's with Korea, China, and Taiwan. So
Yeah.
both my older sisters, I'm from Taiwan, so each of them has one kid. So I have two. They look at me like, Gary, you're crazy. Why you have two kids?
You are. So I think I'm comfortable sharing these slides. You can put them on the website. And do take a look at those last couple of pages of links, because it's just, to me, well, one more quick anecdote, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody is sampling the same, I mean, for water, it's different places within like the 1 and 2 and 10 kilometer. But for biota, for like marine biota, there's a kelp forest. And I heard about a year and a half ago, I heard so many different agencies were sampling that kelp forest that it was about to collapse the ecosystem. It's a little bit of excessiveness there. I think they backed off. But they're sampling fish, mollusks, everything you can imagine. Yeah. Right. Okay.
All right, well, thanks a lot, Mike. That was great.
Great.
Appreciate it.
I think we've got everything.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're
good.
All right, well, I just want to thank all our speakers for excellent presentations today. It was really fantastic. I'm very happy with the way things came together. And for your attendance and our online attendance, thank you very much. We will be taking a break from our program for the summer, but we have a lot of speakers in the queue to have a robust program next year. So keep posted and we will let you know how things progress. And I'm going to turn the mic back to John for his final comments.
Thank you, Mike. I know it's been a long day and a full program, and everyone's probably anxious to get on the road. But I really do need to take a quick moment and acknowledge everyone who has made the last year happen for the chapter. I'm going to do the best that I can. Starting with the fact that following, last year's annual meeting, we hosted the national HPS meeting. So I want to recognize Gary Chen and Mike Wangler for the local arrangements committee chairs for that. Gary was fastidious about making sure that we got the maximum stipend from national that we could. So I mean that was a huge victory. And Mike manned the merch table. And we don't have, the chapter doesn't own any leftover shirts or hats from the national meeting, which is another, just a huge contribution. I guess, while I'm talking about Gary's also one of our webmasters, together with David Borrego and Matt Millet. It takes a lot of effort to make. There's a number of electronic systems. I'm not sure I have a complete tally of them to help do virtual meetings and business. So they're all tireless. And I also want to mention Matt Millet went through, he's also our past president, he's been president of the local chapter and very involved. And he actually made a big push to get us up to date on our website and some of our accounts. And his first daughter, Paulette Eleanor's first child, was born April 22nd. So congratulations to Matt and his family. I mentioned, instead of throwing the entire program duties on the president-elect, we have a program committee. Mike Boyd, Ed, Jeff Chapman, Mike Wangler, all helped contribute to that effort, kind of be senior advisors, and also Danielle Montecalvo and Ryan Eisworth provided more a younger energy and perspective. I was hoping Ryan would be here today. Evidently, he has a stuck source in one of his irradiators at work. that's ruining his life right now. But maybe we can get a presentation about that next year. Um, um, I'll mention, Ed and Mike have also, Ed Tupin and Mike Boyd also have agreed to serve as our nominating committee. And so they're helping the chapter in many ways. And Ed is our historian and is just a treasure to the chapter in terms of his constant involvement, his institutional memory. And, Ed is frequently Mr. Bylaws, which can be inconvenient when you're trying to get something done expediently, but there have been moments where you say, what should we do? And, Ed is the voice of reason saying, I think the bylaws tell you what you should do. So, I mean, Ed's contributions to the chapter are just, so great. And the same with Mike, who is also on the national board, and is our liaison in that capacity. So those are the various appointed officers. Caressa is our past president, and has guided the chapter through, all the transitions, into and out of virtual meetings. Caressa is tremendously effective. She says she'll get something done. It's done almost immediately. And she's single-handedly figured out how to conduct these hybrid meetings. So if you've participated in one of our hybrid meetings, it's really Caressa, and we need to figure out how to transition that knowledge and spread that burden. Mike Noska stepped up and was, took on the job of president-elect. We were actually without one for part of the year. So this meeting is pretty much, thanks to Mike. And I really look forward to his leadership in the coming year. Our secretary, Kathy McClellan, is just rock solid, always here, and also is our first responder training liaison. I don't have the title exactly right, but Kathy is also just a driving force in the chapter. Andrew Scott, our treasurer, has served faithfully. He moved to Florida late last year, and rather than abdicating, has continued to serve as our chapter treasurer throughout that life change. I think just the effort involved in moving is even more of a challenge than the distance. Cari is our affiliates director, and she brings such energy and sincerity to the job. I believe if you agree to join the chapter as an affiliate, Cari has offered the use of her apartment in Barcelona. So that could be a great deal if you want to be a one-person affiliate. And Brian, our outgoing membership director. I mean, I think his numbers speak for himself, but I think Brian also, there were times when the energy kind of lulled, and Brian was saying, "Hey guys, we got to, do something with the chapter." So, the final thank you is to all of you. This is the oldest chapter. We got our charter from National in 1958, and we continue to be successful because you're here. I'm grateful to each of you. So I was wondering, could we get the at least photo of the officers, just before we go? And Carissa, do we mind if you use my phone? My phone doesn't take good pictures any longer. And then if everybody would humor me, could we just get one photo of the whole attendance, up here before we go? And is that okay? I mean, I'm not going to compel